Oh my goodness. Wow.
He might call.
Wow.
Welcome, everyone. We are back for the GG Millions. Very special guest today, Kelly Lucas in the building. I just saw Kelly in Vegas. We both played the 25K NBC Peacock Heads Up, and can't spoil what happened there. We had a lot of fun. I know it was, we were actually at one point, we could intersect how the bracket works out. You guys can see that online, and you'll have to wait to see what happens there. But for the moment, this is the profile. Has played a lot of poker cash games. You may know Kelly from, as well as playing some of the biggest stakes in the world and buying tournaments. Very impressive resume. And I do have to ask, Kelly, what is your current poker appetite? I know you were saying thinking on the main, maybe not. How much poker have you been playing lately?
You know, it's interesting because I feel like what drew me to poker was the competitiveness and the experience in game. Like, my background is mostly in live poker, so I like meeting people, I like talking to people, I'm witty, I can be fun. Like, it's about entertaining as well as winning, which I really enjoy. But honestly, since I've become a mom, like, my life just does not align with traveling all over the world. So we pumped the brakes. We officially retired, and now we just get invited to do really fun stuff. So tournaments are on hold, but I'm doing some cool things.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know you played the Helmuth home game and some other stuff we'll talk about, but let's give our respect here to Felipe Boianovsky, an amazing player who got his first win last week, the Brazilian, of course, Brazil, Austria. That's two of the more popular countries we see on the GG Millions Weekly, and good spot to close it out. Ace-King suited to Ace-9 suited, two reasonable hands. This was a long match. I think this might have been a top three longest GG Millions table we ever saw. It ended up being a very long heads up, and there is the winning hand as we see Felipe take it down. Are you familiar with Felipe Boianovsky? Have you seen the Brazil kind of surge in tournaments lately? I know Yuri obviously just won another bracelet, and Brazil's been very strong, but have you played with Felipe before?
I haven't, but I have seen the surge in Brazilian, like, players at the final table. And it's interesting because Yuri, my husband, actually went deep in, I think, a deuce to seven WSOP event a few years ago. And I remember, I don't know anything about deuce to seven, but I remember watching him and just being like, he's got it. Whatever it is,
Yeah.
Yuri's got it.
Yes, it exactly. Just kind of gets it done, seems to win, gets deep, and then actually takes it down, not just going deep. But again, there's a Brazilian, one of the up-and-coming players. He's been around for a while, but he's also just sort of surged, and there is a staple win here in the GG Millions. And anything on that hand you can do differently, pretty shallow, good hands. I think it plays itself. And you just played the NBC heads up. Any different strategy you might have done that hand, or pretty straightforward?
I mean, I think it's straightforward, right? Like, when you're heads up, the cards kind of play themselves. It's really hard to get away from big hands and in flip situations. Like, you just have to go with it. And whoever's on the right side of the coin ends up winning the game.
Yeah, there's we were debating that at the NBC heads up 25K, and then on the matches when people are not recreational, if you're a decent player, play at all, the difference in winning and skill level, it's really not much, right? Any given day, any match, it's like maybe 60-40, 55-45, something along those lines. Certain hands just play themselves. And as a look at the players that you could argue for maybe have an edge is Artur Mortarizi and some of these other players who just took down another title, Samuel Vousden, 9 titles, 13 for Artur. And actually, Artur already has a bracelet at the WSOP this summer again in a high roller. So again, a guy that just leads the field in every category, obviously doing something right, and is very young as well. I think in his mid or early 20s. Pretty crazy. He's got like 4 bracelets, and again, crushing this online competition very consistently. Any of those names there jump out to you? You played with live?
I mean, obviously I know Adamo, Ole Shimeon. I've heard, like, his rise to fame was so fast, you know, like, he was this young, like, quick, cool guy. And, you know, during that time, I feel like COVID was around that time, so I kind of wasn't following as well. But I think he's super talented, and to see him at the top of that leaderboard isn't surprising.
Yeah, some of the, again, biggest names in the game. You get to see them online and live, and look at the leaderboard. We are coming to the end of the first part of our season 1 of 2026 that will culminate at the main event, and then season 2 coming up, going to the Bahamas. And the payouts today, this is again during the World Series, so kind of 200 plus is what we expect on the GG Millions. A little bit light, but that is makes sense as the World Series is going on in full force there in Vegas. But again, 350 to first, no deal making at the GG Millions. Everyone going to leave with 5 buy-ins. And if you've played a lot of final tables, does anything jump out at the payout ladders there? And the 350 to first, 50 for ninth. So it is a bit condensed.
Yeah, I mean, to be completely honest, I love a top-heavy structure. I feel like, oh, that's kind of like the old way of doing things, and the, current trend is more flat structure payouts, and that's not as fun. Like you want to see the blood. I feel like when you're competing for like big jumps, that's when you get to see the exciting part of poker.
Agreed. I really do agree. And also the nice twist with the GG Millions is there is no deal making. So that takes that kind of away. It puts the ICM at a maximum, and there is no 2-3-way deals. This is just kind of go for it. It does settles where it does, and always makes for a fun heads up match. Fabiano Kovalski, someone again, 6 final tables, doesn't have a win here, has played a fair amount, has a very impressive resume, looking to get over 5 mil in GG earnings and some other really nice scores at the WSOP as well. So we'll get to see how he can go as the short stack today. And another player, tough name, I'll let you take a crack at that.
Vaskaboinikau.
Okay, that actually
Vaskaboinikau.
that's what I would want to say. I don't know if I would have got that, but that is he is here again, 8 final tables, and another one who has not got the title but is capable and on the 16 blind stack, still plenty to play with. Although he is going to have to get something going. 93 appearances, and again, it is like amazing to see the variance in tournaments. Right, this guy's played this tournament almost 100 times. He's made it 8 times to the final 9, but has not actually got the win. So we'll see if he can knock that down. He also did take down the 25.5 PLO edition for first in the GG Million. So pretty accomplished player, plays more than one variant. Want to say hello to the audience on there. We already have a kickoff from the pregame show here. We are going to get right into action after the pregame show. We will play to a winner, and we are going to have ourselves an excellent day of poker. But this is a player, again, short stacked, but is very, very capable. And this similar, Simon, 11 million. I mean, Kel used to play back in the day online poker. Just kind of crazy to think about total hitting 10 million earnings, but this is on GG alone, 11 million in earnings for his career. He has 20 blinds today and also has got a massive score you can see there for over 1 million, third place in the main event GG.
Yeah.
So pretty cool to hit an online score for 7 figures. And again, very experienced, no win. Simon, have you played with him before?
No, I haven't. But I will say, with GG, really, I feel like they've elevated the stakes, right? Like you see these total earnings as big numbers because they have big events, which I feel like in the, back in the day, they really didn't have these massive online tournaments. So for high rollers like Simon, I think this is like, I'm just excited to see how this plays out.
It is fun. It is. I'll tell you, every week when I've done the show, it is. It's like a box of chocolates going to the Forrest Gump. You just don't know what you're going to get. Every week's different. The players are different. The stack size are different. It's always just a bit of a unsure, unpredictable thing, which is why I think it's so fun to do and watch. And again, doing the commentary, we get to be immersed in it for the duration of the tournament. And then again, this player, Patrick Brooks, rocking the Mexican flag. Someone I'm not as familiar with. 3 final tables here. Have you played with Patrick? Does that sound familiar? Because I've never played with him live for sure.
No, I haven't played with Patrick, but I mean, for having almost 10 million in earnings on GG would be, we should know him, right? So I'm interested to see how he plays and how he finishes.
Yeah, 29 blinds, definitely a stack that's going to get kind of middling stack pressure on them to not go out first and also try to ladder up. So it's always, I think, the most interesting on the middle stacks if they sit back or they kind of do press their edge on the opening big stacks who generally get out of line a little bit. So that's going to be fun to see the dynamic there. And all right, Mofo, not real name. This is a 2 appearance and sort of our dark horse there. Got an interesting picture repping the Canadian flag and also has gotten some solid results there. You can see in the No Limit Hold'em GG World Championship that just took place last month. There was 900,000 players online at one time on GG during this festival, which is actually Like,
crazy.
yeah, I mean, it almost doesn't sound real, but I can assure you it is, and it's pretty crazy. So great score here for this player, Mofo0637. I'm not going to ask if you played with Mofo, as there's no real name and is not playing online, but we're going to get to find out about their game, as they are again very healthy, 46 blinds in fifth, sort of dead middle of the pack, but that's plenty of playing chips. And that, to me, Kelly, I like to get your opinion on that. When you play a final table and you're there and there's an unknown, and let's just say you really have like no info on them at all, you didn't play with them leading up, what do you generally think about a player who is unknown? Do you give them kind of more aggressive, or do you think they're going to be a more passive, just off your first thought process usually?
Well, the thing with the live poker is you can get information, right? So if I sit down, I don't know the person, I try to talk to them, I pick up on whatever information that's visible to me. And then typically I'll try to wait to make an assessment to at least see at least one orbit to determine how they play, what their mannerisms are. And then I decide whether I should be aggressive or more passive. And obviously that depends on the information that I get at that time.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. As we see Samuel, this is someone you may be aware of. He has 9 wins here. He is a online legend. A lot of players would say you put him on the Mount Rushmore in the history of online poker. I've been around playing for a long time, and he's been there from the start. He just won another one just a few weeks back, as he has played this tournament for over 3 years on Sundays. That is 177 appearances. There are reentries in there, but you can see an insane resume. We're going to get to spend a lot of time on him. And I got to feel he's going to be one of the favorites, even though he's in fourth. I would think he's going to be priced up a little bit on our betting odds, as well here as Mr. Lakerveld, who is rocking a Mexican flag. I believe that's a Dutch name, but 53 blinds, and someone I'm not as familiar with. And D. Lakerveld, does that ring a bell to you, or I would imagine not?
No, no, it doesn't, but his avatar kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, definitely that's one of the stock options on the site, but that is
That's
definitely
stock.
interesting. Yeah, that's not a custom. That's in there.
That's
that is a
aggressive.
bit aggressive. We might have to look into that, but that is his avatar. He is going to be top three. We'll get to see a hand from the top three, and I do want to give a chance for everyone to let us know where in the world you are watching from. We are going to be picking 3 winners for $50 GG tickets at the end of the show, as well as a tweet I will get up for 50 cash. That'll be pinned, and we're going to have ourselves a very fun show, and we're going to see a hand from early stages at the 5K big blind, Jack 10 suited, under the gun, 7-handed, so definitely worth an open here.
I love that you guys do highlights. I haven't seen this, but it really elevates the experience to be able to see how he played a hand to get to this point.
For sure. And this is actually very early. Generally, they're kind of later near the final table bubble, but this is like starting-ish or early levels of this tournament. So let's see here. We're going to go to at least a flop, as it is a highlight hand. And okay, that's 118 to 1 to flop a flush. He flops a very strong hand. There are 2 opponents here. Tell me, what are you thinking, Kelly, with bet sizing or checking this over a multi-way pot?
I mean, I feel like check's the best play, right? Like you flop the world and you want to allow your opponent to bluff at it, especially when you're out of position, because there's a lot of flops, especially given this texture, that you would check, right? Like he's raising under the gun. His range should be narrow, and Jack 10's at the bottom of that range. So yeah, I like it.
So he does go with the check, and now the question is to check raise or just call. And call seems to make sense. You already made your hand. Your opponent has the lead in the hand. You're not too worried. Obviously, another club rolling off wouldn't be ideal, but you are going to have your opponent in bad shape often. So he does go ahead and check, and we will see what the aggressor does here. I think that's what, the Hong Kong or or Montenegro maybe. So he goes for a big bet, and now again the question when you're out of position is, do you call? Do you just continue letting him barrel, or do you want to try to get some money in here? And this is again getting down to ranges, defining what your opponent might have, what you think their tendencies are, and the best play. So he does just go call. I think we could both agree that that makes sense, and he does slip it over. You run the risk of letting your opponent check back something moderately strong, but you also have the opportunity to let them bluff off or even value cut themselves. So he does check with about an SPR of 1. So his opponent has a stack to pot ratio of 1. And imagine he's never folding, and we'll see if there's a big bet or
Well,
what.
I mean, put yourself in V's shoes, right? Like your opponent raised under the gun. He check calls 2 streets. I mean, his hand is so concealed, and now, I mean, obviously we see the hands, but I'm actually shocked that he checked back there. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, to
You
have eights to improve to a straight, right? If you had a set, okay, like even then you probably wouldn't be as worried about an 8x or whatnot. But that is, I mean, he hit basically the perfect run out, no club, improves to a straight, and does get a check back. So with that being said, maybe you could argue that if your opponent's going to check that back type of strength, you might want to bet your hand. But I think we would both agree we could play the same and check it over to him, right? I mean, I like his line a lot.
Yeah, 100%. I think this guy V may just be an expert and have spidey senses that thought he was trapping him, which he was. But I mean, that's elite check back that I wouldn't be capable of.
Yeah, so it worked out. This is the tricky part though, right? When you get that right, it is sort of a genius IQ play, but the times where you do leave value on the table, it can end up costing you in the long run too. So you want to be careful about doing something kind of too out of the ordinary, right? Because you can make a bad habit of it. With that being said, you got to think about too, as played, what hands are going to call you there on that river that you beat. There are hands, right? But like, what is what is Jack's going to do? What is Ace is going to do? What are some other hands going to do? So I don't think it's the craziest check back ever, but I also do agree with you. That run out specifically, I would have expected him to bet, and I would have felt comfortable that my hand was good there with 2 8s as well. So pretty interesting. And we will go right into, oh, here's a multi-time guest on the show, Beriuzy, who I know just had a baby. It was similar, trying to step back a little bit, not play as much live, but he has come right in with a baby run good. He has won once, and he has 8 final tables. This is a content creator, streamer, very good player hailing out of Canada. And have you ever played with Beriuzy live or online?
I don't think so, but I've heard of him, and I will say, Beriuzy is my pick to win it all. So I'm calling my shot right now. I think he's going to put on a clinic.
Okay, well, he is in position for second place, just crossed the 10 mil marker on GG, and again does stream. It does has put his time in. Been a guest. He's actually been on my podcast, and a really nice guy. I want to wish him a big congrats on the baby, and I think there is something to the baby run good, and we'll find out today how that comes into play right away, as he is in a very prime position. 65 big blinds, lot of chips to play with today. So let's take a look at a hand there, and again, a little deeper now. 12.5, 25K. We are again seven-handed, and six is under the gun seven-handed. So going to be the open, yeah, min raise, and he is, I believe, covering the table at this moment. So yeah, seen some familiar faces out here. Sixes, I mean, this starts getting to be close at the bottom of the range. It is seven-handed, so a little bit less. This isn't 9 or 8-handed, and he is also covering everyone. So six is definitely a reasonable open, and Alexander's the only player that really, I guess, also Samuel at the time, but he's got a decent lead, and he is covering the blinds by a good margin. So let's see what happens here as Alexander is thinking.
Oh, there's Patrick too to his left, who also final. Or wait, are we starting?
This is deep. No, this is deep. This is like probably final table bubble or
yeah,
whatever.
okay, because I was gonna say three of the first three names I saw made the FT. So yeah, this is interesting.
Very, very deep in the tournament, and 12.5, 25. So, okay, we'll see a blind on blind battle here. Let's see if it's just a call. And if you notice, the country is very international. Often we see the Austria and Brazil flag make a final table, but this table in particular is a completely different country from all for all 7 players. As a sixes flop, this is not the dream flop. You have a 10, 7, 5 monotone. Hearts, you have no heart. Sixes, I mean, you're going to be good here a fair amount, but he is going to go for a small bet size.
That's super small. Yeah, it's interesting. And it's interesting to think that online you have access, I guess at WSOP too now, but you have access to notes on players. So I wonder, like, the players that play, every single day and know these same high rollers, what their notes say and how those notes affect their play against those players.
No, it's a great point. It's true. This is a usually 200 or so, 250 size entry field, right? So it's very much these players play with each other frequently versus some of these fields that are 50, 100, $200 buy-in, maybe 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 entries. You may not play with the player or a lot of new players, whereas here it is a lot of the same and a river. Very, very interesting. A 4-line to a straight. There's a flush possible, but river's the set. And let's see.
Well,
This
it's
is
a similar
yeah,
run out to the last one, right?
yes, very similar. And the difference will be, does he bet or not? As he does improve significantly, gets called twice, and I would imagine he feels comfortable to go for some value here, right? You beat a lot of hands. I mean, your opponent would literally have to have flopped a flush, or I mean, I guess could have some. He does have some eights and threes in there, right? Like some suited hands, the 8x, 3x suited. There are a fair amount. So I don't know. I think this is good enough to bet, but also I could see a check back. It's close.
He
What do
could
you think
check
there?
back, but I think the best players find ways to extract value out of like thin spots. If I were Beriuzy, I feel like Leonard would likely lead out if he had a hand that was beating a set. And when he checks back, I have to take, like when I first started playing poker, one of the things I noticed was the players that missed the thin value or the scary value on the river are the ones who didn't continue to make the final tables. The players that I continuously saw take these opportunities to extract value, even when they're wrong sometimes, those are the players that ended up going deep. And so when I noticed that, I realized I need to take more opportunities to extract value at every opportunity I can, even if that means sometimes I'm going to lose.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And again, there's a time and a place, and sometimes you really can maybe with the history, the dynamic, the player, you understand the risk reward where you don't feel that you're going to get called enough by a worse hand. So it is that is a very similar to the other hand and interesting. He didn't go for it in that particular spot. Would have put his opponent in a tough position, but as we see it now, the chip leader will see a hand from as well. 79 blinds, has a bit less experience. Has only played this 6 times, so to come in now with a chip lead on a very short amount of entries here. A very big spot for Mufasa 1995 as is going to be in the pole position today. We're going to see a hand. This is from Sunday, and this is our current chip leader who will be the first time at an appearance on the final table here with a, again, pretty deep 2550K big blind stack with a huge stack, ace king suited, six-handed in the cutoff. So a nice hand to play with. And again, a very international group, 6 different countries represented here at this.
That's awesome.
And yeah, so he gets flatted, ace 7-8, rainbow board. And a player with a lot of chips right at the table. He's got 1.7 on his direct left, and he is going to come out and bet. The 10 sort of connects in that region, makes things a little more tricky in a backdoor flush draw, but ace king decides now to go for a check.
I like the check here, actually. Obviously, given the stack sizes, the position, and the fact that like the 7, 8, 10 range hits a lot of, I think, M's flatting range. So it'll be interesting to see what the cards end up being.
Yeah, so wow, that queen, I mean that is not a great river there. The backdoor clubs come in, there's all kinds of two pairs, straight draws. I guess in terms of the two pairs, maybe not a ton, but it's scary, right? So he just checked it and is happy to show it down. King Queen took a stab with the gut shot and hit the queen, so decided not to bet. But anything stand out at you there? The King Queen suited sort of floated one with the backdoor diamonds. I think that's reasonable. The chip leader is going to be opening wide at the table too, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And honestly, if you're thinking about like the meta strategy for these end game situations, like what's the value of the additional 300 to 600,000 as opposed to maintaining your stack, taking the win, minimizing the loss? I think I like his play, and it's very plus EV.
Yeah, nice pot, nice hand. Two really premium hands there. We see the ace king suited does hold up on a wet board, a very dynamic board, and again, some great players making good decisions and not too many unknowns at this final stretch of the tournament, as we do see 3 highlight hands of great order. And I will put out the giveaways. We're gonna have 3 of those. Again, can hit the thumbs up. You guys can be subscribed. It's free, and we will get you those keywords at the end, as we do already have over 300 people here for the pregame show. Appreciate that. We're going to be taking a look at the betting odds in just a minute. But Kelly, I got to ask you, your main event, I believe you've been the last female woman standing. Is that correct? A couple times, at least once. I remember. How many times has that been? And
Yeah,
what was your deepest run?
2015 and 2018, I got 29th and 50th in the main event. So that was really fun. And honestly, if COVID wouldn't have happened, I feel like I would have won at some point, but maybe there'll be a later stage in my life.
Well, it is, it's one thing to miss the main. You love poker, as you said, it's a season, right, of your life. I also have similar two kids in that age. It's sort of hard to just say, hey, I'm going to go play poker for weeks at a time. And it's also, you don't want to be like half in, half out. It's like hard to go there, and then you're kind of just you're distracted. You gotta do everything. So I'm in the same zone where I love it, I miss it. I keep saying I'm just not gonna play, and then I do kind of catch myself getting dragged in where it's so fun. It's like ESPN's back with the main event. You see the stage, the production. They have really dialed it up. I don't know if you feel that way. The WSOP Live app, it's so nice how you buy in. You can use Luxon, you can click a button, you can do all these things. I was like, man, I wish they had this when I was playing every summer for like 15 years for 6 weeks, and then now they've made all these amazing enhancements and additions. So do you feel like that a little bit? Kind of like, man, you see how much change has happened, but it's like I feel like I missed it by a little. Although it does make it nice when you're there that it's that much
It
improved.
does. Like it's good to see the improvements. I think it'll bring more viewers to poker and bring more players to poker. So I think that's a win for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's good. I'm happy about it. I was there at the start for a couple days, played a couple events, and I was just like, wow, everything is cleaner, nicer, faster, easier. So it is great. And I think
Well,
poker's
and
in
even
a
when we did the Heads Up Championship, like I haven't played that before, but I felt like that was such a cool production to be a part of and to like see all the cool faces and see the production Poker Go puts on is obviously incredible. But to see WSOP really elevate, take it to the next level and partner with ESPN is going to be like fantastic for everybody involved.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. And I've seen what they've done there. WSOP, GG, the set, the stage. It's pretty incredible. It does kind of get you FOMO, and I know that the streams have been amazing and very high volume and a lot of great players. Chrissy Foxen took down one, then Alex took down Adrian Mateos, just won the 250. So a lot of it's cool. You always get these stories like the World Cup. There's the underdogs. There's new people winning. There's the best players, best teams that are performing, and it's just it's great. There's a lot of great storylines. Content's better, and it's very fun. But I'll tell you what also is fun: picking horses, picking winners, and I'll let you start. Kelly, your first pick. We can put a dinner on it. I know you got two kids. I got two kids. We're married. It could be a big dinner actually. If you wanna, we can make it for the whole fam. So why don't we do that? I'll let you pick first. 100 units. That's for fun to break it into three parts. First pick. Who do you got? How much?
Perfect. Well, I want to take Beriuzy because I feel like he's gonna win. That's my first. Do I have to pay for him?
Yeah, so essentially you get 100 total units like to mock like what you might do if you bet $100 if you're a viewer. So like out of the 100, how much do you want to bet on him and how and how, like so for example, if you bet 40 and he won, you would get double your money. If you bet 50, you get 250.
I'm
And then
gonna
you're
put it
still
all
gonna
on Beriuzy.
wow. Okay. So okay.
That's how
With the
confident I am. It's all on Beriuzy.
baby luck Beriuzy, they're calling him out there. All right, so that's fine. I've never seen someone do that. I respect it. You still have to make two more picks, but you can just pick them for our dinner wager for fun. But you got 100. You're all in on Beriuzy. I will take. I'm gonna take 50 with Samuel. He just won. He's in great form. I like his chances. He's got a lot of chips to the field. So all right, your second pick. Who do you got for 0 units though?
Mofo.
Mofo going for
I'm
chips.
honestly picking Mofo because it was a female avatar. I know the chances of that actually being the person who's playing are close to zero, but in like the smallest chance that it's a woman.
I love
Mofo.
it. All right. So there you go. So that's good. That's your second. I'm going to go Lakerveld. Actually, was supposed to be, he was going to be the guest. So I know, Kelly, we had talked about doing the show recently, but he was scheduled to be the guest and he made it. So
Oh,
he
it's the
was
final
formerly known
tabled.
as, yes, he final tabled. So he's formerly known as Coco Bongo Reg. They made him change into his real name. He's got a training center course. He's a cool guy, young guy. What a name, Coco Bongo Reg. That is now real name. I'm gonna go with my guy there for what I do. Fifth, I did 60. Did I say on the first one? I'll go 30. So I'll leave myself 10. And your last pick, who is it?
I'll take Vaskaboinikau just
Hmm,
because it's such a cool last name. Like
it
I
is.
want to root for him.
And you pronounced it correctly. So that is great. And I'll go Simon. That'll be my last pick. 410. We each got three. Must get one of those. It's not a last longer, so has to win. If one of the other three, it's a wash. You got three. I got three. We are gonna see a winner today. No deal making. We are gonna do the seat selection order, which comes in right after we take the break. And again, if you're at the Las Vegas, if you're not married, if you don't have kids, like again, enjoy it, embrace it, because once those things happen, poker it's a little bit not as much anytime, any place, anywhere. So again, we're calling it. We're seeing some of the biggest names in the game play for a huge prize. Kelly Lucas in the house, known as Kelly Minkin. She is now in Landon. He plays right too. Landon, look, he plays a lot of
Yeah.
poker. I see
He's
him always.
actually going to
name
be
pop
in
up.
Vegas Friday, and
Okay.
he'll be there for a week. He wants to play some of the stud and some other events, and he was trying to convince me to play, and I was like, it's just so hard to be gone for like a week. I may come in on Monday for a couple days. I think Dan, Cates, and I, Jungle Man, and I are going to do a podcast. I have a
Nice.
couple meetings. So I'll say hi to some people. If anyone wants to say hi, I'll probably be walking through the
That's awesome.
shaking
That's
hands,
awesome.
kissing babies, taking pictures.
That's good. And that's great. Dan's fun. He's a content machine. That guy's out of his mind. Dan's been on here many times. I always have to remind him how the show works. He comes on, he like forgets. He's like, it's a certain amount of time. I'm like, no, this isn't a pot like this. And he's Dan. He's like so
He's
uniquely
so
special.
funny.
He
Yeah, he
is.
really
He is.
is. And we've become friends, honestly, through the Helmut home game. So we met there, and we just like intellectually just connected right away. And he was like, "This is really fascinating talking to you." I'm like, "Yeah, we can be friends." So we've maintained a close relationship over the past year, and he's a great guy, excellent poker player. And I
He
will
is.
say, before the heads up, he did give me some pointers, which helped a lot. So thanks, Dan.
That's awesome. Well, all right, there we'll have Dan on again, and we're going to be taking a break here, and we'll have Kelly back for the duration of the show. So don't go anywhere. We'll do the seat selection. We'll be back in 5. Welcome back again, joined by Kelly Lucas. We will be calling a winner today. She joins us for the whole show. She is a very accomplished player and just was at the 25K NBC Heads Up. As I mentioned, we were in the same bracket. We can't say how everything played out, but we were there, and we are both we're both thinking about the main event as we are gearing up for a big final table today. That is the WSOP is in conjunction going on, and of course, this is the same as usual where there is no deal making. This is going to be a uh, you get what you get. There's no talking. There's no deal making. That's one of the functionality of the GG Millions. And another cool thing, I don't know if you've seen this before, Kelly. This is the in order of your chip stack. So you can, if you're the shortest, you go first, and if you're the biggest stack, you go last. So there's an advantage here. And generally, you see at the end the big stacks kind of go to the left of the others. Not always, but that's sort of the strategy. If you're a early stack or a middle stack, you maybe get close to the try to get close to the button, but of course your seat can get taken. So have you seen this ever before, or no? This is a
I've
kind of
never seen this or even heard of this, but I think it's interesting. I love when, like, what I've been seeing recently in poker is people within the community and operators trying to adopt new ways and new formats to play poker. Most recently, I played in the WPT tournament. I guess it was cash game called the Victor, and they had two rivals set up,
yep.
and they got two free rolls, and whoever won the most chips at the end got to take both stacks. So that was interesting. I think there were some kind of kinks in the idea and execution of it, but I love how people are really trying to reimagine how we can play poker and how we can amplify the fun.
Yeah, no, that's I actually Jared Jaffe I know played with Mike. I saw some clips on that, and he had actually mentioned that. So I think that's like a genuine rivalry. But I don't know. I would be curious on the exact, what your take is on that because it does seem like that was interesting how you would take the person's stack and how that works out at the end. But I didn't get to see the whole footage on that. Did you? Did you said you played in that?
Yeah, I played in that against Lily. It was kind of awkward because you got a 5K buy-in to begin with, playing 25.50. Now you played 100 hands total. So from 1 to 50, you were only allowed to play that 5K. So for me, first hand I got dealt, I had ace queen suited. A few hands later, I had top pair and a flush draw that lost, and now I have 2,000 or 2,300. And
Mhm.
Lily had won a couple hands, so now she has, there's a big discrepancy in stacks. So now, like, trying to assess how to strategically play that stack was extremely difficult because we weren't allowed to top off. And if I bust, then I am sitting there until hand 50 where I get the other 5K. So I think the
Okay.
next time they do it, because I said I wish I could buy in with my own money because then we could splash around, we can have fun. But then it felt kind of like I was in a tournament that I was just waiting to bust because so
Yep.
that was unfortunate, but I thought it was cool that we're trying, like
Yeah.
we're experimenting with new ways to play poker, make it exciting, make it fun. Why not?
Yeah, that's I'll tell you what was not fun is Beriuzy just had aces gotten open and as one of the chip leaders did not get action, so he just took it down. But hey, it could be worse,
But
right? Sometimes you could play
it's
a
an
big pot,
omen,
but
right? My
yes,
guy, I'm telling you, the
first
momentum's
hand.
on his side.
That is a nice start. That has got to feel good. You're getting some hands. He's getting pairs. He's getting dealt in. Here he gets another spot where he gets to just kind of continuation bet with a hand that doesn't get the best flop, but does pick it up. So good start. Beriuzy up to 3.5, flirting with the chip lead as we will see a new player come in for the first time. Fabiano with the tough stack here. He's short fives. It's very close, right? He just decides to fold. I think maybe, cut off button. Obviously, he would want to maybe just rip it or go for the open, he could play it, but he doesn't want to open in that position or just open shove. Although it is close, ace two suited will get the open through, and Brooks does not want to defend. So, all right, we're off to a quick start with some
Quick
decent
start.
hands, but no big action or collision yet. As Fabiano, another hand, tough hand to play on this stack depth in this position, but you do want to have some raise, non all ins, and you don't just have to have the biggest hand. So he does go ahead and open up here and see a couple hands might have a decision. The ace jack off in particular is it's a tricky one, right? Because it's early position. Fabiano is going to have pretty strong hands here a lot. I'm curious how he proceeds here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The Fabiano raising off of six, is it six big or 12 bigs? Yeah, I
Well, yeah.
I feel like I've seen a lot of, and I know this is more the GTO strategy, but when I started playing 15 years ago, if you had 12 blinds, you would shove. So now seeing like a raise fold range in the like 6 to, or I would say like 7 or 8 to 12 range is, I think, like the next level of poker.
Yep, it's true, and it is interesting. This is actually the ace jack off folds would have had a huge spot of a flop and be in great position. All of a sudden, 3-5 off the fence and gets sort of one of the better flops. And honestly, you could argue to check raise, right? Because there are hands like nines or tens or whatever. Does it make sense though? What check raises do you have here? So he does just call, which also makes perfect sense. He does get to go to the turn, and he also realizes there are some times where he could get to bluff too if Fabiano does not continuation bet here. But let's see. This is Samuel again, one of the best online poker players to ever have played the game. So let's see. He also could, start bluffing here. He has the 5-7 in his range, and that would make the nuts. He does come for a small bet. And look at this exact hand is a tough time here. Like, what are you really gonna do? Are you gonna start flatting king queen? Like you're sort of buried here in a really tough spot.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot, but like, does he have the ability to sniff it out by like, if I'm Fabiano, I know that there's a chance this is a block bet, like a small chance, but there's a chance. Obviously, we can see the card, so it's a little different, but he's got a short stack. He'd have to have an extremely strong hand, an ace. And we still have outs if he calls. So
So
I
here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. If you're Fabiano and you know this player is very capable with a hand such as this, right? You call. It's like, all right. If he does have a hand like 3-5, for example, and the river's whatever, even a queen or a king, you don't know if it's you're improving, but the ace is out there. So it's like, what do you? Is he going to just shut down? Like, do you just get the call with king high, and then the river comes, and would he check back if he misses? And the answer is for him and Samuel, probably not. So you could see he hated it. But I don't know. I don't think like what could he really do there, right? I don't know if he can really just call. It's a great result for Samuel. What do you think you would do there at the King Queen? I don't even know. It's a really tough spot.
I mean, I think I'd fold. It's too risky of a line to take by shoving all in and praying to God that he doesn't have a hand, but I think live to see another day.
Yeah, that was just a good execution and an unfortunate run out. King Queen against the 3-5 off, and 5 high was actually still 5 high, but did take it down. As we will
Right.
go to a blind on blind battle. Reasonable hands suited. Ace Jack is getting a nice flop and gonna make a 50% pop bet.
Yeah, he just gives up. Smart. What did I say? My guy coming in again
He is
with
on
more.
fire right now. It's a great start. He's literally tied for the chip lead. He started in second, and he is going to put himself in a good position, try to get his second title. Not a ton of wins here. Samuel with 9, Beriuzy has 1. We don't have too many past winners. It is wide open today. And D Lakerveld, actually, he did take one of the sicker run-ups in a satellite. I think it was either the 150 or maybe he just went 1K to the 10K to like a 350K second. But he came on, had a great result, and then he actually came on the show as a guest, and now he's going to be back on again next week. As I mentioned, he did final table this week when he was going to be on. And again, Kelly, we were looking to have on, so it worked out. She came on today, and we're going to have a lot of fun on a great show. And we're already seeing some fun poker as a very much wide open event. I think anyone could win. The short stack still have over 10 blinds, and no blood yet. This is still 9-handed play. I am watching the chat. Let us know where you're watching from in the world. We have got an international final table, international audience in Brazil, and Austria are making another appearance. As Austria sometimes has 4 or 5 people at the final table. Today only looks like one flag in all different countries, which is also rare. But that is the case. And
Yeah.
Fabiano, this is close with, I'm sorry, no, it's not blind on blind. So there was an open. He's going to fold, and then Ace Jack certainly will be playing. Just calls. What about 3 betting pre there? Just kind of nice to have some stronger hands. I like just calling against Patrick makes a
I
ton
think
of
too.
sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think too deep. Like you 3 bet and then you get ripped on, and then what do you do? I think just calling and seeing how it plays out is fair.
Yep. No, I like it too. It's Ace Jack off. It's like you're again going to be dominating some hands. You just don't want to be 3-bet and get bluffed, plus you could be behind for sure. So it's kind of makes sense, fits in as one of the nicer ones in the big blind to get. But as it turns out, he was in decent shape now behind. King Queen has a lock on the hand other than an ace coming. Don't see this being a huge pop, but King Queen deciding doesn't want to check back or kind of protect the club rolls off. Doesn't have a club in his hand.
So is the timer that's we're all seeing, is that the same timer that's available for the players to see? And does that replenish at any point?
Good question. That is the chess clock. Every player has that to work with for the final table. If it does hit zero, actually last week we saw both players have zeros in the heads up match, which is also only happened maybe once
Crazy.
and before. But that is what you get for the duration of the final table. It doesn't reset. If it does hit zero, you get 5 seconds per street to act on your hand. So that is obviously, becomes a disadvantage. But you get the over 12, 13 minutes for the final table basically to use. So it doesn't
Or
usually
maybe
run.
it's an advantage if you don't have time to overthink your hand. You just go off pure gut instinct,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, like speed chess. I mean, definitely I think
I love
some
it.
players is it affects more than others. Nine deuce suited, not gonna peel, has a could make sense. You kind of see players split in those spots with suited hands that
Yeah.
are weak to go heads up out of position. Does give it up as Mofo gets involved. And here we see another distribution of not powerful hands. Fabiano getting a little bit, this is what, 6.5 blinds. So yeah, I think King 10 off and
So are
he
you
is
shoving here?
yeah, I think King 10 off on the cutoff. It's like you're picking up enough chips, you're gonna get folds, and you're gonna be getting. I think it's like it's very close, but it's got to be in there, and he's gonna get some bad news because this is gonna be dominated. Ace 10 wakes up and would rather see Ace Jack or Ace Queen, but King 10, Ace 10, the taxi, Houston, and a 10 arrives, needs the king. Club's not gonna be good for him on the runner, and now it's a king only, or we will be down to. It's a club, the nine of clubs, and that is our first knockout. Simon Beckmann gets it done, knocks out the Brazilian, and we will go to eight-handed as things are progressing fairly quickly. People playing fast. Upper left of your screen, Kelly, that's where you see the blind level. So they don't do it by time either. It's by hand. So as we lose players,
Oh,
it
really?
goes quicker as well because there's less players and the hands go through.
Is
But
that
yes,
only at the final table?
I believe yes, that is correct because other ones are levels and there's so many tables, but at the final table they do it by hand, and we are seeing a light three bet from Simon. And this is actually very interesting because it's like ace 10 suited, such a pretty hand. Chip leader's going to open so wide, and this is where it gets a lot of leveling. This is a spot where he could really know that he's got a strong hand, but you don't love just putting a ton of money in with ace 10 either. So
Right,
tricky.
right. And I feel like these situations are the type of situation where if I were Mufasa, I would be looking at my notes to see what situations I've been with in games prior with Simon that could give me more information if I'm like on the fence. Do I call? Do I raise? Do I fold? So it'll be I wish we had insight into that. It's obviously private, but I'm so curious what the notes are on each other player.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, ace three suited, this gets basically a dream flop and against a hand that's not trapping. So the ace three suited has backdoor hearts. It's got the gut shot for the four, and now actually just hits an improvement to the three. So Simon Beckmann kind of speeding with their very reasonable hand to do so versus chip leader open cutoff. He's expecting to take it down. Sometimes he realizes he is going to be in a spot where he gets called and he does have some playability, and now all of a sudden he hits a three. So this is curious if he doesn't even feel the need to necessarily bet. He knows he's beating hands such as ace jack, ace 10 suited that might call like such, ace queen off. Ace queen off might just stick it in on that action pre, but as we see the five on the river, so now the full house with the three, and he is, I think makes sense to kind of blocker bet here, go for some value. Like the hands sort of face up that you're good, I think at this point, and you know maybe you could get called, and also you don't want to necessarily call huge bet. So I think he's going to bet like 10 to 15, 20% pot, like 180 or something would be a decent bet. But let's see what he does. I don't
I feel
envy
like
him.
if I'm Simon, I would worry about like a small overpair like six, sevens, eights. So I actually am not surprised that he checked. He has showdown value, and I think he can evaluate based on a bet whether he should call or fold. Again, like he's got chips still behind. So if he, gets put all in and decides to fold, we can see the hands obviously, but I don't think it's the worst decision in the world.
Yeah, I was a check or a small bet, but I like that too. I do think so. It's GTO Wizard hasn't popped up yet today. We usually get some sweats with GTO Wizard, and that would have been a fun one to see the river recommendations, as we will probably have some mystery hands and GTO Wizard hands. And again, appreciate the audience. Hello, I see a lot of familiar faces. Ottawa in the building. We got some new people in the house. Austria, that's where I'm at right now. See you in there, Luca Smoth 8540. It's a very beautiful country, great weather right now, as we will see another premium opening and a potential defend. And this one, Kelly, this is very interesting. The weak ace in the blind facing early position raises, like you're dominated so much. You sometimes see people go and kind of three bet, take the aggressive line, or even fold. So I think what used to be the case is you just see an automatic flat, but I don't see that quite as much anymore. People flatting like the bad aces when they're against under the gun or early position. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold, and I think all three options work.
For me personally, I would never fold in this spot because I have wheel options. And so if I have like an ace four off, I'll call for one additional blind to see how what the texture of the board is.
Yeah.
That's probably not GTO, but from someone who doesn't play professionally and play online, I would always call in that spot.
Yeah, well, I will. It's also interesting to note as people are watching here, and of course, this is a final table. It's very much a different strategy in the final table. ICM is at the absolute peak highest at this moment, and versus like early stages of the tournament or a cash game, right? Where you're playing, it's like, all right, I'm gonna call. I understand that I'm behind a lot, but I think that's one of the biggest differentiators. But as I said, I think all three options work. You can call, you can fold, or even take a aggressive line. And Samuel's a very good player. He's got he's got a lot of chips, and he's going to have some under the gun light open. So I think literally that's a mixed spot. Although in the ICM, I would think it's mostly fold or
Oh,
call. And I don't
yeah.
think you'll see a lot of like three bet
Right.
so against under the gun per se as well. Maybe against the
Yeah.
cutoff or the button. But here we see the battle of ace six and tens, and very interesting. The ace six just kind of saying, hey, like come with it. I'm very surprised though. The ace six off here. This is not your typical hand and bluff over bet. Very, very nice hand there from Samuel. Just decided to go crazy in the big blind.
Well, the thing that you acknowledge is like he knows his what's the word? He knows how people view him, right? Like he's a respected player. He has the accolades to back it up and a massive chip stack. And so if you are his opponent, you don't really want to mess around, right? Like especially if you have like a middling weak hand, you call that street and then you're committing to another big bet. So I respect it.
Yeah, he targeted made a tough decision out of tens, and they got out of the way. Not a good board for tens. He forced a fold, and interesting bet size too. It wasn't quarter pot. It wasn't a stab. It was over pot. So nice pickup. All right, tweet is going out. I'll get you guys that link. That will be again a $50 cash, not ticket. We will have three $50 tickets with keywords. End of the show, must be subscribed, must have hit the thumbs up. And I see a lot of you have already done that. We appreciate it. 550 on right now. We're just getting warmed up, eight-handed. We did lose a player, and we have seen Beriuzy chip up relatively easily, as he is the chip leader currently.
Yeah, outside of that tango with Samuel, I mean, he's been playing well and getting good hands. So I feel like when you're in these situations where you're playing good, you're running good, and you're getting cards, you can't be beat.
Yeah, it's a good start and good confidence. He did get bluffed there, but not much he could do. Just a big size on that board, not good for tens. And sometimes again, just gotta tip your cap, and player makes a
Right.
nice play, and that's it. So we'll keep it rolling. And again, a very stacked final table. Only a couple players I don't know as much about here, and we see some household names as the King 10. I like potential for Beriuzy to be winning this pot, as he does turn some serious equity, and ace eight now with not a great card, right? One of the worst cards probably to see that come out, as the 10 is gonna come in for the best hand, as this may just go check now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like the evolution of ICM play at final tables, especially online. You see way fewer mistakes being made than like a decade ago, you know? And I can speak for myself. There were just so many mistakes I had made because I didn't have the information necessary to make a sound decision in these spots, especially when it's high stakes, right? Like you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars in pay jumps. It's hard to stay focused and maintain composure in these situations.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It is going to get a bet. So he does go blocker there. I mean, he kind of blocker value bets with his hand. I like it against the big blind. Could get called by worse, and unlikely he's behind. So he did choose an interesting sizing, as we will go on in a real hand here, and we could easily see a knockout as
This is one of
MV.
my guys, the
It is.
Vaskaboinikau. I feel like he's
Getting,
gonna hit a king or a flush. Let's go.
let's see what he's got. He needs some help as a 8, 9,
Woo!
10. So interesting. Needs a no, he's in bad shape. He needs a king.
He's in
That's it.
bad
King
shape.
only. The 7 would be no good, and that is a 10. So we will see a knockout. We're down to 7, moving pretty quickly. And in terms of our wager, I think yeah, not too much has happened. We did lose a couple players, right? We've
I'm
lost
really all in on Beriuzy, right? So he either wins or I guess I'm taking you and your whole family to dinner.
yeah, that could be that is he I like his chances though. He's sitting pretty. It's early. So who do you have? I have you have 2 left though, no? Or you
Beriuzy and
all
Mofo.
Oh yeah, okay. So you got a lot of chips. You're in good shape. I got this is a fair fight. It's early on. We've lost 2 and we are 7-handed, 25K, 50K. Blinds will be up in 4 hands, upper left. All right, the tweet is out. I'm on my phone. I don't have my normal setup. I'm gonna try to get you guys I'm gonna get that out there as well. All right, no action there. 3 million for Samuel. He's got 60 bigs, and we will go over to Mufasa with the ace 7 off. Not a ton of great hands here.
Yeah, it was a bunch of slop. Probably get there.
What I like about doing commentary too, you get a good feel for kind of ranges and what's happening, what's normal distribution of hands. When you visualize it, you're like, okay, what position, what hand is good. You see all the time. It's hard to make a hand, hard to make a pair, hard to get dealt a really good hand. I love PLO. I actually have a little bit of a hard time going back to Hold'em because you really do have to be, it's a lot of folding. You can see that
Yeah.
percent there. That's a percent of hands played. You see that number on the
Yeah.
left of their flag. So, you kind of get an idea what percent of the hands you should be playing at a table. You can't just be in there, with
Playing every hand. But you should
playing
have told me that
50%.
15 years ago, Jeff.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I listen. It's the game changes all the time, right? It goes through waves and stages, and right now, I know it's I think it was Sam Grafton. He made that tweet about the years of poker, like 2013, 14. What year people were doing what? A lot of 3 betting, a lot of 4 betting, 5 betting. And then he said, crypto year, like where it's just people playing insane. But it kind of goes in waves. The styles, population tendencies change, and what we thought was right now, or what the book or the solvers would say, things do constantly evolve. So I mean, it's I'm with you though, Kelly. I like to have fun. I like to play live. I'm not, I'm not doing a ton of like solver work. I'm aware of these apps and GTO Wizard, Octopi, and various things, but I'm not I like to just kind of play and be
Yeah.
lightly aware of the stuff. I don't spend too much time diving into the deep studying streets, and for better or worse, I think it is what it is. So it's
Yeah, exactly.
I
Exactly
mean,
right.
it is on any given day. I feel I could be doing more work, but it's I understand. And these are good ways to study too. It is kind of fun to
Yeah.
watch hands, talk with people. If you see something that is like abnormal or something you just wouldn't even think about, it's a nice hand to talk to your peer group, right? Hey, I saw this hand. This is kind of weird. Is this good? Is this bad? Is this an exploit? Like if Samuel Vousden does it, if Beriuzy, if these guys, Simon Beckmann, these guys are doing it, there's a reason. They're either exploiting, or there's something interesting about that hand, because they definitely know what they're doing. As ace 6 actually Nice bluff here. Patrick just turning his hand into a bluff, and can Samuel sniff it out? I mean, it's kind of one of those spots, right? You're repping like you have a huge spade, somehow a
Yeah.
boat, or are you just bluffing? And let's see.
Do you know how the action went? Raised pre, and then what was the action on the flop and turn?
I missed if I think it was a raise pre and a call, and then actually did he or was it, I'm sorry, maybe is there a chance this was limped? It's only 242, and there was 100 in the. I honestly was putting the tweet out
We
and
were
sort of
talking.
doing. We're having fun. I missed that. If anyone in the chat wants to let us know, but there was not a lot of. There's only 242 on the river there in the middle, so I don't think there was any action. I think it was like limp and then a bet, one bet on the maybe the turn. So yeah,
Yeah.
we see nice bluff from Patrick. Two real hands, nines end up winning. It was limp pre. There we go. We got us covered.
This is an interesting spot with Beriuzy flopping bottom pair and backdoor outs, and then Lakerveld.
Yep.
Is that how you say his name, Lakerveld?
Yep.
He has top pair and a backdoor flush draw, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw, also one of the weakest hands he's going to open. So he does go
Right.
for very small bet, and this could get check raised. I think there's a possibility of that with the backdoor flush draw and bottom pair as played with the sizing. So he does go for it. And honestly, I think Lakerveld could have checked that back. You often will see players take some of their weakest top pairs and check back. So he's now, we got a pop brewing, and there are some very interesting turn cards, some yeah, like this actually is one where they this is making it very interesting for Lakerveld. And if Beriuzy was to fire along, this wouldn't shake him now.
Well, and
So
I
he
feel like this is a perfect bluff card for Beriuzy, right? Like the straight gets there, and it's another small card that he can, put pressure on Lakersville to fold.
yeah, and if Lakerveld even does have like King 10 or King Jack, something like that, he would be
Oh, he
a
checked.
little bit of he check it. That's again, he's got 3.2. He's tied for just under the chip lead. Just maybe, spades, right? Probably going to see him shell off a variety of hands. But in this particular one, he did decide not to just go for it. And now Lakerveld takes control of the hand, and that should do it. I don't see
Yeah.
Beriuzy going to take this line of like check raise and then check call with this week of a holding out of position.
Yeah.
This probably will be the end of it.
Don't let me down, Beriuzy. I'm riding on you.
Could be a misstep here. Let's see what he does. I mean, could it be the meat rack, the double check raise, the triple check raise is the actual meat rack, but they're not quite deep enough. And I don't know. This would be
It would be
he's
amazing.
he's burning some clock. I'll tell you what. It is all right. He's gonna get out of it. So he did take a spot and then decided against him. That's part of poker too.
Give
It
up.
doesn't mean you check raise and you have to just rifle off your stack because you check raise the flop. And I think we do see people sometimes making a move and then not really having a plan for that's one thing to three bet pre-flop. It's one thing to check raise, but then you still got to play the hand often where someone calls you or plays back. So there we got to see a turn. He decided that wasn't in his wheelhouse. He didn't want to parlay his play, and he did just sort of step out. So again, interesting line, and got out of harm's way as Brooks now with the sevens.
Yeah, I imagine his raise gets through based on the junk that we see in everyone's hands.
Yeah, that is pretty trashy stuff there. We see a lot of love in the chat. That's right. That is Kelly Lucas. She has played, you may have seen her on Helmy's Home Game, other high stakes shows over the years, as well as playing a bunch of tournaments. So the year you went deepest in the main, what you got 20 something? What did that pay for
I got
25th?
29 for like 260, and then I ended that year. I actually won Female Player of the Year, GPI Female Player of the Year. I had a few other final tables, a couple wins, and it was a great, like, I think it was the second or third year I'd been playing poker, so it was great. I beat out Vanessa Selps and Kristen Bicknell at the time. She's Foxen now. But I just felt so accomplished just showing up and getting it done.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's fun. I mean, I've been deep in the main, but that is like That is wildly deep. That's not, a couple hundred left. It's out of 10,000. It's like you feel like, wow, the room shrunk. It's doing, but to be the final, top 100 several times, top 30, like that's got to be a surreal feeling. And I'm sure, like you said, wine you even right now, you're like, I might not be back, but or I might not make it this year. But it's kind of like when it does come around, you're like, you know what, I know how to do this. It's fun, and let me, even if it means coming in day two or day 1D, you might have to shave off some time, shorten the
I
trip,
was
but it
thinking
is.
about that. I was thinking about just registering day two, but I feel like the best part of the main event is playing day one, like the people
Yep.
you get to meet and the environment and how
Yep.
excited everybody
Yeah.
feels. I mean, day two, it gets serious. Like day one, it's serious as well, but people are having fun. It's lively. You can have conversation. Day two, a lot of that goes away, and it's gloves off.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip this, send it to my wife because that's where I'm at. Like she's actually at the point where she's like, look, like I know you can't miss it, but come on, let's go later as you can. But I agree, it's not even that. It's also, which is all true. It's like for the value when you come in on day two and you have 60 bigs, that's still a lot, 2 hour levels. But you lose a pot or two, or things don't go the right way, and it can be over quickly. Whereas if you're playing day one, like you can get a great table, you can get some great situations, you can get some free chips, and if you go up from that 60K to like 180, quickly, and you're covering everyone, like that's an amazing spot. And that does happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but when you do get that head start and it's early and the blinds are small, I mean, you can really set yourself up for a good day 2 and 3. So yeah, I think
Listen, Jeff, I'll play if you play. We'll make a pact right now. We either
okay.
both play or neither of us.
All right, I like that. And we can do our family dinner out in Vegas too on one of the dinner breaks. But I'm in for that. I'm in for that. I want to start. I want to full day one. I don't want to cut it short. And
You
I'm
want a
seeing all
full
the
day one,
content.
right?
Yes, I do. And I've
Yeah.
seen the stage and the production value and all of it. And I see the updates and the app's so nice now. Like I have a couple sweats and events, and it is very, very fun. So
Yeah, let's do it.
go to the main as we see another pot developing an A7. Actually, interesting raise. I'm very surprised. Like this is like one of those spots where it's like you had a great calling hand, you're beating bluffs, you're also out kick sometimes, but he is spot on and is potentially going to win a decent pot here. If it does get called, it probably goes check check, barring a crazy river. But he does
Wow.
get out of the way. Mufasa makes a discipline laydown, and Simon is a pretty cool
Correct
hand.
discipline lay down.
Yeah, really in value, and everyone kind of spot on there. So um, it's funny too on these GG millions. There's times like some of the best players in the world. It's a 10K buy-in online. On a Tuesday, you can see this type of prize money. But Sean Deeb kicked off the show the day of the main. It was a Tuesday a couple weeks ago, and he was like mind blown. He's like, "What is going on? I'm gonna start playing online. This is like crazy playing." Then last week I saw some of the best play and just amazing stuff I've ever seen. So again, every final table is different. You get people that are in different ability levels. You get people are in a different mood. You get chip leaders that go for it or sit back, and vice versa, short stack. So it's just like you get a really wide variety of play styles. And I think
Yeah.
you'd say it's true if you play the main event, however many times you played. Like if you take your day 1, 2, 3, 4 tables, like it's just completely different. And sometimes you get it and you look at it and you're like, wow, like I know 3 of these players and they're great. And then there's times you're like, well, I don't know one player at this table, and you're getting cards or you're not. And it's just like always a little bit different, right? Which is what I
Right.
think is so fun about tournaments.
For sure.
And there it
What
is,
does
Kelly.
this
Look at this.
W
This is
recommends?
Yeah, that is the wizard. GTO wizard is coming in. So this is actually a solver, GTO wizard in game, kind of showing you what the recommended play is. Obviously, there's delay, and we see deviations, but this is kind of a fun way if you're interested about solvers and sort of learning how it works. They are giving you sort of what it looks like and what your actual recommendation would be, and always fun to see if the players follow it or deviate, and do they know or do they don't know what the right play is
Right.
and why they're doing it. But either way, there is some information as this is sort of a split between check though and overbet. And so look at that. Samuel finds that he does get the sizing, one of the two recommendations. He does go over bet with the bluff and either raise large or fold. That is very interesting with the king six. So he
Yeah.
does fall. So actually, Beriuzy does not follow suit. He doesn't do either. He just said, you know what? My options are fold or raise. I'm going to just call. And here we are on the river. And this is telling Sam, although he has jack high, it is telling him that the recommendation is to
You
give
should
white
shut
flop
down.
it. Just like
Yeah.
it's just not the right bluff card. Again, if like there's other cards, a spade he could bluff some straight cards that come through. But as it turns out, King six going to check down, and there it is. Beriuzy, you got it. Your pick against mine.
Like I'm
Important
telling
pot.
you, I don't. He just sometimes I get feelings about things. I just feel like he's gonna win.
Well, he is in the best spot, and he's off
I
to the
should have
best
gone
start.
on Polymarket or something, or my guess GG, but I'm in the US.
Yeah, it's another. It is fun, right? If you are somewhere where you're able to do it, it's kind of cool that if you're going to sweat it to put
Yeah, a
something
little
on it and
sweat.
see how it goes. And again, you don't have to just pick one player. You can kind of break it up into a few parts and see what happens. But here we see kings, and likely just going to go big blind defend. Queen 10 Beriuzy could throw in a spicy three bet, although that would not be a particularly standard one. He is covering, he is feeling good. He just might have a little blood running through him, right? He got the hero call on the turn, right? And now he's gonna step into it, and Brooks is gonna be almost always we see small four bets. Like this is early stages, maybe you trap, you just call, you're in position, but generally I don't see at the final table people doing it. They just click it. I think a lot when we
Yeah.
have this strong a hand. You want to try to make something good happen. And even like the ace three suited, ace five bluffs or whatever, you just give someone a chance to kind of make a mistake. And the equities are so important, right? You don't want to let ace five suited take a flop or,
Hmm.
whatever. You want to either cooler someone or make them pay to realize their equity. So Bruising not loving that, right? This is
No.
going to be when it's also kind of inviting the sizing, and generally this just ends here. I guess there's a world where he like re-clicks it, although I just again that's getting a little fancy.
This is where you need the GTO wizard recommendation because I'm curious to see what like how frequent should you be folding? Probably 100% or close to it, I would assume.
Yeah, I think what
Someone check me.
the queen 10 off three bet probably also is a very that particular one is although I think it's like a fine one to have, it's definitely not one of the core hands. I think the three bet that spot would be on the lower side. But that the reason is just because if you're doing that, you're doing too much, right? If you
Right.
start three betting queen 10 offs at will and queen jack offs and all those, like that's why the king jack off, king queen off, okay, those type of hands. You have the suited wheels, but like once you start getting into like all the ace two, all the ace three, ace fours, it's like you're just your frequencies are just too much. So that's part of the reason. Plus, when you get called, the equity of the suited wheel is
Yeah.
nice. We are going to go
Yep.
to a flop now, 7-3 suited out flopping the queen five, and no player. So that was actually a limp in an isolate. The 7-3 suited did kick up the stakes and out flops here. So
That's the best hand.
he's in the lead. Yep. Yep. This is now again a card not that you don't love, right? If you're going to be raising pre, you kind of want to have like the premiums and then also hands like this. And you sort of put your opponent maybe on a hand like this range, the suited queen, jacks, sort of like 9, 10, jack, all these hands. So this board is not particularly appealing for Lakerveld, but at the same time, this run out, ooh, big bet. Nice find here. And honestly, Lakerveld might have a hard time buying this,
Hmm.
but the price is expensive. He is 1.5 pot. I mean, this is a really interesting bet. I think he would have got called for a lot of sizings, but this is one I had no idea what he's going to do here.
And how many hands do they play before they raise the stakes?
Every 20. So upper left,
Every
that's like now
20.
we're in 11, and then we're on level 30, and then it will just go up from there. And Lakerveld, Spidey senses, feels something's a little weird. He's kind of thinking, is this a 10 or nothing? Obviously, I guess he could have a 9 as played too, where he just check, flop, check back turn. So I don't know. This is a big ask, 600K,
Oh,
big,
and
big
a lot
money.
of hands miss as well that he has to factor in. Obviously, he's not going to put him on queen five of spades, but 6, 7, diamonds, an 8.
Yeah, 8X diamonds. There's
Yeah.
other the 5-6 suited. There's other hands too. Like you said, the Jack Queen, Jack King.
I would be nervous if I was Mufasa. This feels somewhat kamikaze. I mean, I think it's a good bluff knowing what he has, but I mean, the board texture is just so wet. It would be hard for me to, yeah, it's good.
Nice hand, nice play all around. I mean, that was a cool hand. And Mufasa showing us came in chip leader, knows how to play,
Yeah.
understands the assignment with the sizings and the situation. So, pretty nice there. All right, I'm going to pin the tweet. That is now pinned. You guys can retweet that. I'll put that link for you as well in the chat. Are you sweating the World Cup, Kelly, at all? Are your kids into soccer at all? Are you into it or
I
not
mean,
really?
honestly, it's hard to spend time watching TV. You know, like sitting on the couch watching TV is just not where my life is at right now. But we do have it on in the background and we'll watch it. I feel like the kids are too young to really fully stay engaged with it, but it's so fun to watch the World Cup. This is kind of what reminds me of this final table with all the different countries representing and trying to win. I mean, that's the spirit of the game, right?
It's exactly right. It is. It's there's underdogs, there's storylines, there's crazy stuff. I mean, I love soccer, so I've been following it. The time zone's tough here, but I did watch the US played arguably the greatest game they've ever played in the history of the tournament, which is great. They won 4-1 and they actually look really good. So, it's I think it's good. It's good for the US, good for soccer, and we'll see. 48 teams this year, though. Some kind of mismatches in the first round since they let in so many teams. There's some really
Yeah.
weak teams that play, but other than that, another spicy hand. We're getting a Jungle loves that word, Jungle Man spice. We are
I see.
seeing some action here, and Queen 10 is ahead, and these guys. Simon's not afraid. Beriuzy knows that though. Trust me, when he hangs on there with middle pair, he's sort of made up his mind. He's got the best hand, and that doesn't mean he's just gonna necessarily fold on the turn. And he does get a bit of a white flag from Beckmann. Let's see now if Beriuzy just comfortable checking this back, or does he want to bet small? All right, I'm gonna get this. I gotta get this out. Let me get this to.
Yeah,
There we
make
go.
your tweets.
The tweets are out. I just got to put in the chat. We got the link. 50 cash coming your way. Pin tweet. And Beriuzy has a decision to keep. Does he take control? Does he bet kind of small or does he just check back and then decide river? I mean, this is a very interesting hand. So he checks back, does get showdown value, Simon. So maybe now, he does say, you know what? I already kind of gave up. I actually have showdown value. I beat some hands, ace jack, ace queen, queen jack suited. Like, I think he's probably going to check, and this likely goes check, check at this point, but let's see. Yeah, there's probably be a quick check now. Beriuzy's just going to be not going to value bet, and I just think that's a big pot. He's over 4 million here.
Yeah.
If he just barring somehow bet and then getting raised, which yeah, he's just going to win.
Good. Nice
What's up,
spot
Ian?
for Beriuzy.
Ian Sheriff's saying hello. Also saying seeing Kelly on here. Always been a fan. And actually, Ian, we got $100 giveaway. I forgot last week I had it was literally the longest stream I think I ever did. It was like 4 hours. It was like an hour heads up match. They were limping buttons. It was crazy. Like I literally out of 160, the longest top three show. So I told everyone watch is like tweet a screenshot. Put something out there and $100 cash. So I'm gonna pick that winner today too. I got to do that. But I've had an hour 15 show and I think I've had one 4 hour and 10 and last week was like 4 hours though. Normally they're 2 hours and 15, 2:30. So that was crazy though. It's like it was late here too because it's like I'm in Europe. So it's like of course the longest show ever is when it took till like one something in the morning and it was fun though. I actually had a great time, but that was much longer than expected. So we're on pace for a shorter show today, and we've seen a lot of action. These guys are going for it. Everyone here there's check raising, there's bluffs, there's some action for sure. As Ace 10 certainly will play here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good three
Probably
bet
free
spot. Yeah.
bet. This could yeah, maybe like 460, pretty big. All of it on snap fold. Okay.
I'm surprised at the snap
Yeah,
fold.
I
I
mean king
mean,
queen suited.
doesn't want to take that spot. And now
Yeah.
Mofo's got kings,
Why can't I get this
which will
thing?
probably get through.
Um Yeah, Jack 4 off. The Robbie in there gonna lay it down. Sammy Robbie was at the the heads up. I hadn't seen her or heard from her in a while from action, but I know the Jack Four, definitely a famous, one of the most famous poker hands of all time. I'm not going to get into asking your thoughts, but that hand is maybe one of the most talked about and it's like it's like the JFK stuff. It just feels like, is there aliens? Is there not? Like
Conspiracy theories.
yeah, I just don't even know what to think. Like I'm actually genuinely torn on what the hell happened there. It's just there's so many weird little anecdotes about what happened and how it went down that is it makes me I'm lost. I don't really have an opinion. But GTO Wizard has an opinion on this hand. Staying to check and now a small bet recommended ace jack suited, ace eight suited. Both players backdoor nut flush draws and straight draws and ace high. So we're actually seeing a call or raise recommended. All right, I thought I did this and I didn't. I'll do it.
And is the GTO Wizard recommendation only pop up when it's heads up, I'm assuming?
No, not necessarily. There's multi-way.
Really?
Yeah, I think let me just double check that thought. I've seen it. I'm trying to think. Generally it is heads up, but that's also just because generally they're heads up pots. Like it's not so many
Yeah.
multi-way pots in here, but I have seen multi-way. But that's a good question. I'm actually gonna I need to think about that again, but I'm almost sure yes, they have as we see
Oh, only
a
heads up for the stream, they're telling us.
okay.
So heads up, only heads up GTO Wizard recommendations for the stream, but it
It
does
has
have the
it. Yeah.
capability of giving
Must have
recommendations
been
on
confused with
multi-way.
all the studying I do on there.
Exactly.
I was thinking what happened. The eight arrives 800. This is an unfortunate river for Simon, who actually stuck in there correctly, but now is in trouble. Here we go. The tweet is in the chat. Let's see. Retweet plus guess who wins. All right. That's done. And now a check is there recommended. He does go for the blocker bet, and Simon with a telling us mandatory fold. Hmm. It's interesting that it says 100% check. Also, like, what if he had a7 suited
Right.
there? He bets 210, right? So, like, would it have recommended him to never bet with this a7 on the river? That's an interesting one. Simon did get out of the way, but that was an interesting pot, and Beriuzy
Yeah.
is running it
Crushing
up. And
it.
Patrick Brooks is going to hear from Vousden here. And honestly,
Yes.
this is one you could level yourself. Like, hey, I'm in the
Mhm.
cutoff. I got a strong ace. Samuels just goes for every spot, or he knows, he plays great. Like, let me play back at him. And Samuel's going to probably make a decent three bet here. It is offsuit. They are both with very deep stacks. So he does actually go, right? You don't see, sometimes you see min clicks or small raises, but this is a healthy raise. And, Patrick gets out of the way, good to him. If he doesn't, he could lose a lot of chips because I think he's not going to flat. I don't think this hand, so I think it would be a small four better fold, and he does get out of the way.
Oh,
Nice discipline. That
disciplined.
yeah, I think it's the right play, but you could easily see yourself leveling. Like this guy's just messing
For
with me,
sure.
or let me semi bluff my hand. Maybe I get him to fold. A decent hand, but better, and that wouldn't have worked. So Samuel does pick it up, and a lot of chips on this side of the table. Samuel Beriuzy and then Mufasa. Lakerveld 2.6. Simon, our short stack 800K. We are down to 7. About 50 minutes
And
in.
all
So
three of your picks are still in, right?
it is. Simon is short. But yeah, Sam. So it's kind of Samuel and Lakerveld versus Mufasa and Beriuzy. So advantage to you, but it's 3-2. Very close. 6 million in chips to you have about 8. And we will again play to a winner. No deal making. Not there is deal making on GG, but not in this exact format.
Okay,
And
got it. And so why is there no deal making on this particular
I,
tournament?
I think
Just
it's just kind
GG
of the
Millions in general?
yeah. They just kind of do the prestigious like it's a winner take all. I think partly for the show too, right? They don't want to have like it's like oh yeah the show and then they make the deal and it's basically over or the money they want the juicy battle
Yeah.
for the heads up and the title and all that. But ace eight suited, small raise. Simon with one of the worst hands you can have 310 off in the big. Although he's tempted to do something, he is likely going to pass. Yep, does go
You would
away.
think he'd preserve his timer, but I know there's some, something to say about balancing your timing. Like you don't want to snap fold, but does it really matter in that spot? I don't think so. I'd rather have the extra 5 or 10 seconds on my clock.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he does. These guys are all playing very quick. Everyone here basically the only one below 10 minutes is Patrick, and Simon also so short. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's kind of the point too, right? Is to give people a clock so they don't just unnecessarily waste time.
Right.
So yeah, that spot was that's part of the draw on the show is how long the time makes use, right? If we have like for example, last week we had two players make the end, they both used all 15 minutes of their clock plus other players using it was like that. Whereas sometimes, everyone has over 8 minutes left and you get down to five-handed quickly and then the blind levels go up. So it's yeah, a lot of variance and again, fun. It's fun to have everyone here. Appreciate you here. There is some huge World Cup games I know going on. There's one in particular tonight's France Senegal, and there's a lot of games coming up for a day basically. But I'm excited. I've been really into it. Honestly, I was not sure how it would play out, but there's been some upsets already, and there's been some cool storylines, and the content and coverage has been great. Are you going to get to any games during the summer? Or probably not. You near any a stadium or no? Or not
I
really?
don't know. Honestly, I don't follow that closely. Probably not. We have a lot of plans to travel next month, so just family time, watching it on TV. Honestly, if this is how you know you're old when there's a big sporting event and you're like, I'd rather just sit on my couch, have my TV, have my snacks, no crowds, no
Yep.
traffic. That's my style. I'm want to be at home, make a nice little taco spread, get some drinks out, have a
Yep.
few friends over, like that's my idea of a good time.
That's true. It is definitely a different time, and once you have young kids too, it also like for that aspect, it's exactly you're at home. They can kind of play and they're around and you're there. Versus it is a lot to go to games. The line, the traffic, the viewing experience isn't always the best either. So you have to really be into a team or a game, I think, to go. And
Yeah.
it's unique to do it once in a while. But yeah, I'm not about like the season tickets and try to go to every basketball or baseball game or whatever. But I don't know. That's the thing to your kids. At some point, the kids start taking strong interest, right? So it's like
Yeah.
they may want to start going to games or get into something. But for now, I'm with you. I like being at home and being
Being
able to.
chill. Keep it low key. Like, especially with kids, it's like you gotta move. You have two dependents or three dependents now, and you gotta make sure everyone's taken care of. And
Yep, that's true.
let's just stay home.
Yeah, exactly. You can do a lot, and I think the thing is though, I would say my best memory in sports is going to games, but I don't think my parents also they drove me to games. Like I played sports growing up, so that's what I'm saying. When your kids
Okay.
start playing sports, that's also like at some point you only have you want a break. If you start driving kids to practices and games, and you're just I don't think you have that energy really to start going to the weekend live sporting
Exactly.
events either. I know Vegas just had the Knights were in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I've been to a few hockey games that are actually really fun to go to, although I don't love hockey, but I've never been to a Stanley Cup playoff game. I hear it's pretty incredible.
Fun. And I'm
Where-
sure it's so fun to have like the Vegas team being so good and
Yeah,
having as much success as they have. I agree with you. I'm not really into hockey, but there is something fun about going to a game especially in a sport you're not really familiar with, to experience the crowd and how people interact. And I know hockey's like really, really intense. John Party, I think, who's actually in the chat, he is Canadian, and Canadians love hockey, so he posts a lot, and I kind of live vicariously through his fandom.
for sure. No, it's yeah, it's a great point. We are seeing another batch of not really premium hands. I think one time we saw one player get aces 8 times at the final table, just insane. But like the uh the today, I mean, I don't know if I think aces was our first hand off the press, Beriuzy, and other than that, we haven't really seen a ton of big pairs as the deuce four suited going to attack Lakerveld here for 3.5x, and we'll take it down.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna double check the tweet. We got the giveaways lined up, and we are gonna
More
see another
garbage. Come on,
more garbage.
we need a scramble.
Yeah, that the a little shuffle might be in order. This has definitely been the distribution. We've seen no big coolers as of yet. We have seen a couple knockouts, however, and we are seven-handed. And Simon here with the closed action, 3-4 suited, will roll the dice. And I'll tell you what, backdoor hearts, bottom pair against the chip leader open. Now, it kind of works both ways here, right? Where it's like the chip leader is opening so wide. So in the Jack 8-4, there's no ace, there's no king. You feel okay, but you also realize Beriuzy is opening so many hands. So he could easily
Yep.
hit the eight or the jack, a weak jack, as he did. And now, as check two, Simon probably not in love with that particular card. He may think he has the best hand. It was check check on the flop, but nice check back Beriuzy with the weak jack, and he
Yeah.
does have the best hand still. And probably with that open ended and the jack and two times checked is gonna feel compelled to
Like a
bet.
bet.
We'll
Yeah,
have the
I
best
think so.
hand.
I like the small bet given the size of Simon's stack. Like if he is going to get called, it's got to be just the thinnest value.
Yeah, we'll take a look there. Kind of the page jumps as we do go through, and I guess just took that down, right? That was a look at the jump from the next to the next as we will play again to a winner plus the 10K Bahamas seat. So that's what, how about that one, Kelly? Bahamas, December. Last year was a 25K, 60 mil. I think that's even, if I had to guess, they're going to push it again as they have been jumping that up. That's actually at Bahamar, not the Atlantis this year. Is that on your radar for Bahamas, December?
I mean, now
FanDuel?
that you tell me about it, first of all, I think Baja Mar's a way better venue than Atlantis. Better restaurants, better beachfront, less kids, and I feel like it's just a more elevated experience. So I would
Yep.
be open to it. Um, it's hard for me to plan that far in advance, but like in theory, it sounds great. Who doesn't want to fly to the Bahamas, play in a 25K, relax on the beach, have some good food? Yeah, it's expensive. Okay, we're in Bahamas, people. Like, what do you expect? You're
Yeah.
on an island. I remember when I did Thirst Lounge with Bill.
Yeah.
St. Thomas, it was just a regular grocery store, but because they're importing the food, it's so like a little thing of raspberries was like $12.
Yep.
And it's just the location. It's
Yep.
unfortunate, but you want to live island life, you got to pay for island life.
It's true. It is true. And that was, man, speaking of thirst lounge, that's a kick down memory lane. I remember being involved, helping with that. And I remember doing streams. It's amazing the internet now, how good it is. But that was like being on the boat or trying to stream out there and in those islands. It was choppy. It was definitely
Yeah,
not super smooth. Again, another thing today would make everything a lot easier with the internet
absolutely.
and how things are. But we are seeing a very, very interesting run out here. And now, what does Samuel do? Because Jack nine on a four liner, possible flush, better two pairs, straights. I mean, this is going to be interesting. If Samuel with that key card, does he unload the clip or does he decide to wave the flag? And this is tough. You got the nut blocker, but you realize that that board interacts with a lot of stuff. So let's see here.
Mhm.
What do you think, Kelly? Does he go for it? I don't know.
I mean,
I
knowing
have no idea.
knowing what I know about him, I'm assuming, yeah, he goes for it. It's a great opportunity to bluff, but it's also risky. So I'm gonna guess he's gonna take a stab at it, but I wouldn't be mad if he checked, especially given he's out of position. But he's gonna
No,
go for it. I feel like felt that coming, and I mean, I don't see how Lakerveld folds.
the interesting part is if he like rips it or whatnot, it looks almost like so polarizing that he just has it, the nuts or whatever not. But the interesting part here is that this sizing kind of looks scary, right? They're like, you're actually like, shit, I actually lose to King X. I
Yeah,
lose to like all the better two pairs. He doesn't have to just have a flush like that. So he actually accomplishes by that size. I guess it would have likely worked right if he had bet more, but it might actually look weaker to bet
yeah,
more there. And that was a great bet size, and can't blame Lakerveld for folding, although pretty close spot. Yeah, he loses to a
yeah,
ton. Jack nine's pretty low down in the range there on what's good, but it does yeah, interesting hand again as Beriuzy now going queen eight off, and he's gonna go right into top pair. So if he does go, probably small bet here. It's a pretty good flop for his range. The ace deuce deuce, not too many deuces for Brooks, gonna have better aces. So this is likely. queen eight off with no backdoors. This might just be a shutdown, although he may go big turn bet for a large sizings possibly.
Yeah.
His no spade gets called on the ace deuce deuce. So I mean, spade comes home. Your opponent does have ace X sometimes. So I just again curious if this is just shut it down in this particular run out, or do you really just put a big bet in?
I mean, it's interesting for him to, yeah, for him to bet there, given that there's two twos on the flop and the flush gets there. So what is he calling with on the flop? I mean, it's pretty narrow range. So I think giving up is fair.
Yeah, I think
And
with the queen eight off with the spade, like you're more inclined to like semi bluff slash
yeah,
like just understand your opponent probably doesn't have a flush. Let me bet, but when you get called flop, you're just dead to the deuce. Anything, the ace, the flush is now made. Like he was just kind of over it. So again, another interesting example where doesn't mean because you're chip leader, because you're in position, you just have to try to like blast through every pot. So just shut it down. Next hand, didn't lose much chips, and moves on.
I like the flat here from Patrick. I like it a lot.
Yep, limps in and deuce six definitely a hand to be in consideration to take a race with one of the worst hands, but does not do so. And ace jack actually 80% of a royal. Xuan Lu made one the other day. I saw that on the
Oh, she
WSOP.
did?
Yeah, she had a heart royal at the series. It was on some highlight hands, so that was fun to see. We could have seen one there if he didn't bet. He does come out betting, and we won't ever know if he would have made it, as that was the end of the hand. And very, very, very interesting final table. I will say I've seen some unconventional plays. We've seen a lot of go for it's too. We've seen a lot of
Right.
non-mandatory check raises, jack five spades, bottom pairs, gut shots. We've seen some very creative aggression, and at the moment though, it is not really aligned with people having something or run into it. We've seen people sort of take a step and then slow down, and we just haven't seen huge pots, but we have seen two eliminations, and Beriuzy has chipped up into a million plus chip lead. So great start for him.
What do you think about Patrick's check back?
I like it. I like it. I think, he's drawn to the nuts. He's got a hand. He doesn't really want to get check raised. He is going to be in the lead often and just wants to make sure he doesn't get blown off right away. But as played, I think he's still going to check here and hope for the best. I guess he could bet, but I think he'll just check. Yeah,
Yeah.
on the four.
Try to get
Uh,
to a river.
yeah, and this is I think the board where same thing. I think Beriuzy could kind of put out some sort of small bet. He also can just check. 10Xs are going to be in there. Probably not a lot of improvement on the river from hands. So he does just check, and this will go check, check. So yeah. Knowing Beriuzy's game, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him put a little bet out there, but I do think
Yeah.
that in that particular hand, you will run into 10Xs there. You're going to run into some kind of value cut yourself and hard to get called by worse. So that does all check out as Lakerveld gonna give it up, and Mofo with eights off of 22 blinds. Wow.
Fold. What do you think
That's
of that?
I think it's close. I think like sevens and sixes for sure would be fine to fold. I think eights is too strong, but it's also seven-handed. It's not nine-handed, not under the gun. He's also one of the shortest stacks. So like, yes, Simon is shorter, but he's not. His risk premium isn't that crazy. I am surprised by that. I think that's just it's a little snug. Although I believe you'd be surprised. Like you said, you're not like studying or watching a lot of tournaments. I do see a lot of people give up pairs, just open fold, lower middle pairs like early on. But that is going to probably go as too tight though. I think that's not
Yeah.
a
Seems like
not
it.
in the book fold.
And I just can't imagine being that card dead and then getting a big hand and just like snap mucking it.
Yeah,
And I'm telling you, Beiruzi's just on fire. I feel like this is going to be a continuation for the remainder of the final table.
yeah,
Thin value, I like it. He's playing really well.
yeah. Ace nine, king nine, nice hand. King 10, and Simon will fold. Another not really nice hand. Jack deuce suited. I guess Jack 9. He's got shit. He's gonna open here, so we'll see a pot. And Lakerveld actually off of what's that, 30? He's got 30, 31 blinds exactly. So kind of close to like rip it, but you also I could see him just calling 30. I mean, it's close, but 30 is a little much to just shove.
Yeah.
He's decent position. The counter to that though is you're going to get outplayed here or outflopped, and very hard for Beriuzy to call 30 blind shove. But he could also three bet not all in as played. Probably want to take one off here. I mean, Bruzy's so wide, right? He's got chip lead
Yeah.
button. You have sixes. Like, do you just give your opponent an ace? Not necessarily. And now a king, not a great card, but I mean, gonna be a lot of overs to the sixes, obviously on the turn. So this will be curious if Bruzy shuts it down or goes for a bigger bet. I think it might be big or check, like 380 or something. I don't think he's gonna bet like a small bet. So you check or big bet, just check, and sixes gets a nice run out. Gonna feel a lot better about his hand with that ace and the check back on the turn. Still probably check because
Yeah.
the king makes sense too. If you hit the king, you bet flop, and then you hit the king, you got called, you might check back. So yeah, I think this is gonna be check and then likely give up, but
Do you think Beiruzi's gonna take a stab at it?
I did not, but then
Oh,
I could see him doing it, but I just think yeah, that line would be pretty. Yeah, you'd be just basically representing likely, a king. I guess you do have some weak aces in a world where you might play it that way, but I don't think I think it's too thin, and he does
yeah.
just wave the white flag. He's got a good feel
Yeah,
for
not necessary.
when to slow down. Ace five suited, gonna open here, and Simon really not going his way, although he has laddered a bit, two knockouts, and he's gonna keep leveraging, get through the small blind, and then see if he can get something going as he is down to sub 10 blinds. 8 hands of blinds will go up. And again, nothing great. King Jack suited though on the button. And 9-10 off of 5 mil. I mean, starts getting in where he is able to open very wide. He doesn't take that 10 high. And Mofo with the ace three. This is what I'm talking about. This is one you get in this like 20 blind sort of spot where if
Yeah.
someone opens, like you really want to just call, do you want to take aggressive action? I think it's too good to fold against the button. So I don't know. Like this one's close. He did shove earlier in a spot. Here he's going to get out flopped.
Such a small bet. Oh,
Ooh.
it worked.
Yeah, I mean, again, King Jack suited. You don't have a spade. You are not folding. The question is, do you want to raise here or just call? And 20 blinds, like you're pretty high up. I think he expects King Queen off to shove free and Ace King, right? So you can kind of then take out better kings mostly. I mean, I guess there's a world where he's got King Queen, but um he does decide he's got the best hand. He's going to tax him right
Yeah.
now. Nice raise there. Hey, very inviting raise.
Hmm.
3 mil. And
Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom quick. Should I just turn my video off?
yeah, it's fine. You can
Okay.
go. They'll take it there for you, so you can do that either way. Mhm.
Okay.
King 10 is gonna fold, and we'll see again all the kings out with Jack 7 in the small, King 6 for Brooks. Yeah, sorry, my background, guys, not my normal home. I'm on the road here. This is like a got the dorm room vibe going. I'm in a hotel in a side room here, but the show goes on. Great background or not, see a lot of amazing friendly face in the audience, please let us know where you're watching from, what part of the world you are. I will be in Vegas for the main. Kelly said she was 25%, but now says she'll go. And a couple queens for Mofo. And no action. I do have 3 keywords for you guys. If you're subscribed and you are hitting that thumbs up, you are eligible for a 50 GG ticket. You may say, I don't have a GG account, I can't play. Well, you got friends, you know someone that plays. You can do that. You can gift it to them. And mystery hand, wow. Kelly, timing is not in. I'll play this one with you guys. A7 suited, Lakerveld. Lakerveld will be opening. He's got 3 mil about on the dot. Beriuzy with 5. And why not? Let's see 2 of the big stacks in the mystery hand. 2 of the 4 big stacks. Watching from Mexico. What's up? Mexico's in the house. Mexico, good start in the World Cup. And Beriuzy, does he want to put a little pressure here? Any tank calls. Okay. A7 suited. Top pair, top kicker. Backdoor, nut flush draw. I mean, again, good spot. You are in a very vulnerable position with your stack. You can argue to bet or check here. I don't hate checking, although I think he's likely going to bet 20% or 30%. It's a very wet board. It does hit the big blind 6x, 7x's and a lead out, so I'll likely just call. Don't see a ton of merit to raise, although I would just call. You could argue, so you got the 7x on the hook or whatnot, the 6 turns, and as played, let's see if Beriuzy is going to take another bet. I mean, you got a great hand. You don't block any of the draws, right? He's got the 8-5, the 4-5, the spades, the 8-9, 8-10, 3-4 suited. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff here. The 6 though, does he ever? And it's a little less likely he's like going to lead 6x. So I think if he does go big bet here, you can't fold, but you are kind of braced for impact. And we're gonna see if the see the side. Okay, so big bet, pot size, little extra, little tariff tax on the pot. Don't think he's folding. Let's see if the river is naughty, nice, or spice in terms of the board. Let's just assume A7 is good here at the moment. There's a lot of cards that would spook you though, and you realize you're playing potentially for your stack. So you call. There's gonna be 2.2 in the middle. You're gonna have less than a stack to SPR1. So you basically are understanding with this call, the river is going to set up where you could be the next player out or ask for your entire chips, and that is quite a river. Wow, the dream run out. That is like you go from not sure to being worried to effectively feeling like the nuts. Yes, you do lose to. I mean, what do you lose to? Nothing. What do you? Wait, hold on. I'm not. It's in PLO. Let me think again. So 7-6. That would be the same as what you have. So what would you? I mean, you lose the pocket sixes. Like what's the mystery here? What's the ask here? Is it going to be a bet and a shove and then a decision? For I don't really see the decision for Lakerveld. He's just never folding. Beriuzy is using some clock. I think he's understanding that his opponent should not have really ever many sevens here. This is interesting though. I'm trying to put Beriuzy on the hand. I think he's just got air because we have the 7. Could he have the 6? He's using a lot of clock. Yeah, he's going to unload it, right? I mean, he's going to unload. He's going to make a big bet. Or he's going to bet and then get shoved on and then literally lose to 7 or to pocket 6s only. What a dream for Lakerveld. He was supposed to be the guest on the show today. And I think he's enjoying his time a little more than being the guest, as he is set up for the chip lead here. And when he gets raised for 500K more, Beriuzy, the 10-8. Okay, so he does have the bluff, right? Yeah, it was one of the hands that just kind of perfectly aligned. And Beriuzy, Kelly, maybe is really his good luck charm because she's going to come back and see a different situation as he is now down to 2.5 and going to put himself in 4th place. And wow, what a hand. Yeah, 10-8. Great hand if you're A7 and you call the turn, like there is a lot of rivers you're fine with, but if it's a spade, you may, level yourself. There's scary cards. But nice hand. Lakerveld in the lead, looking for his first title. I believe he took second, maybe twice, or definitely once. That was Coco Bongo Reg, formerly known as. And we will have Lakerveld on this show next week, unless he final tables again. He's in good form. Okay, ace three suited and ace queen, and Simon will be getting this in. Ace three suited, actually, it's like awkward. You're gonna open it still though. It's seven-handed. Ace three suited. Yeah, it does open, and he's gonna unfortunately get shoved on. And it's honestly, the math is so close because now you're actually only, you put out a little over 2 blinds, 2.2, and he's shoving. Was that 8, 9? He's got 600, 630, 9 times 7. Yeah, 9. So it's actually crazy that it's pretty close where you don't love it. You are 30%, 33% against almost all hands. So you start doing that math. You're saying, okay, I'm going to call another 480, 470 to win 1.4. Like you're getting about the price in a lot of the situations when you're like dominated as such, which is almost for sure, unless he has like king queen suited or it does take you down to 1.4. I don't know. I think it's pretty close. Pretty close. I would say if you're going to open that hand, though, you should probably make up your mind if you're going to call that shove. That's the only thing I would say. He does fold. 40-80. 40-80, 900 on. Appreciate all of you watching. Make sure I got the tweet up for you. The link is out. Okay, got the story up, links out. Yeah, we're locked in. Queen 10 into jacks. We will lose the big blind, and we will see Queen 10 to jacks here. As Kelly, your good luck charm for Beriuzy, you stepped away, lost a big pot.
Oh
as
no!
jacks are
I was
excellent.
gone for 5 minutes and he lost half his stack.
He did. He
Ay,
actually
ay,
got in an
ay.
interesting spot. And I'll tell you what, Queen 10, Simon is going to get
Double.
the queen, and that is good for me as a huge shift. I got Lakerveld, I got Vousden, I got Beckmann, 2,
I know I'm
7,
looking horrible.
and
I leave for 5 minutes and my whole team gets wiped out.
this was a tough 5 minutes for you, but it's not over. It's not over yet. That's the good news. We got
That's true.
plenty of play left as we see a very open match. It is literally anyone's game. 5 million, 2.5, 2.8, 3.3. He played a hand. He defended 10-8 off. Lakerveld open A7, the diamonds under the gun. And the board came 7-6 deuce with 2 spades. And he let out 10-8 off. Oh, you're going to get another crack. It was a mystery hand, actually. So it was a fun mystery
Oh, it
hand.
was?
Yeah, but it ran out where Lakerveld ran off the 6-7 on 7-6 deuce. So he literally had like the stone cold nuts, and then Beriuzy bet mostly all in with 8, 10, 8 off, bluffing and into basically the nuts. But here we get another crack. We'll let you take this one. Tens for Mufasa, who was our start of the day chip later, and see who's gonna come after him as Vousden is gonna kick it up to 600. So tough hand to play here. Tough hand. You got tens. You're facing Vousden, very capable. You got a big hand, but you're really like you're in good spot. You're in second.
Oh gosh. Is Beriuzy gonna get involved? Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
At least I can evaluate the hand unbiasedly. I mean, you have pocket tens. Are you considering a 4 bet or are you considering just flatting here?
I think he's gonna flat or I don't think he'll four bet. I think he'll four bet all in or flat, and probably not four bet all in this exact spot. So I
Yeah.
think he'll flat, and it's tricky though. You realize you're gonna get in some really tough spots by flatting. Although I think your hand's too good to fold. They're not super deep. This is a tough one, honestly. This is kind of the mood you're in and what you think the player is capable of.
Uh-huh.
That's really what it comes down to, and that is a moderate flop. You are not, again, you're not. I tell you what, my rules in the when I play tournaments, it's not fun when you're not sure. Like you don't even know what you want here. Do you want a spade? Do you not? This player is not going to make a lot of mistakes. Tough spot, fun flop. Let's see how this mystery hand unfolds. It's literally you're right in the middle. Like it's you have a key spade,
What do
two
you think
overs.
about Sam sizing?
It's inviting. It's
Yeah.
inviting size. It's inviting. I mean, again, I don't think you can fold. I don't think you can fold, but I got a bad feeling. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't if I move on, I'm thinking about me and Mufasa. This is literally like what you want to avoid at the final table. There's seven left. The ICM is huge. The pay jumps start getting juicy. You're now in there with like about one over the SPR of one, essentially, a little over
Hmm.
that. Like it's and it's like who Samuel reminds me of a magician. It's like he just like you fold, feel like you fold, you're gonna get shown a bluff. You call, he's gonna show you the nuts. It's like it just feels dirty. And this is I don't envy the spot.
Yeah,
That's why
it's rough.
it's rough. What are you thinking?
I mean, I feel like I feel like Sam has it. At a minimum, I think he has the ace of spades. I feel like he's just has like a king or a jack here, more likely a king. And that small bet size is just trying to get an understanding of where Mufasa is. But I feel like at this point he should be pretty confident.
I think he has ace queen off with one spade or ace king is like that's just what I think like that. But
Yeah.
I honestly don't. I just somehow I'm thinking he's bluffing here this time. But you're right. I literally don't know. I'm like 51-49. I think he's gonna rip it. I think Mufasa's gonna puke.
I'm gonna guess
And
like king, queen of hearts.
okay. I'm gonna sit. Let's see what he does in the river. We'll get a little more
Okay.
information. Does he
Yeah.
rip it? Does he check it? Does he do some weird bet? But I mean, it's like a third pot SPR, so likely going to be all in, and it
Yeah.
is. And I mean, the jack though, like I kind of feel like that's a decent card for Mufasa because it's less likely I think he plays a jack like this. So it's kind of like he literally like does he have flop the nuts? Does he have ace king or aces? Or is he bluffing with like ace queen
Yeah.
off? So I mean that's kind of really where you're at.
Ugh,
You have the ten of spades.
it's
What do you think,
rough.
audience? Chat. What do you think? One, he has it. Two, he's bluffing. Three, you want to phone someone for help because I am yeah, ace queen off. That's like I think the bluff and the value. You start thinking though, there's more value. Like there's the aces, there's ace king, there's all the flushes that he could have three bet pre. You do have a ten of spades though working in that favor. So I just think he's bluffing somehow, but I just know he isn't. He's gonna hurt me here. I kind of want to not guess, but I'm gonna say he doesn't have it somehow.
You think he's bluffing?
I don't know. I'm so torn. I'm gonna just go with it. I don't, but I do. This guy is so tough.
I
This
think
is
he
like me
has top
playing.
pair.
You think he could just rip ace king with the he definitely could have ace king. He could have kings, he could have aces, you could play aces this way. I think Mufasa might burn some clock. One has it, two doesn't,
For
three
sure.
phone a friend. I just this is a fun one. I gotta say, this is one of the better mystery hands because it is like you can just feel the pain for Mufasa.
Yeah.
You can tell he's like flipping coins. He's doing all kinds of
He's
things. He's
doing
spinning
this
stuff.
pacing.
Yeah, yeah. This is he gets to kind. He's stood up. He's lost his apparatus or whatever he's sitting on. He is not happy, and this could. They say think long, think wrong. I think he's. And is he okay? So two things. Is he gonna? You think he's gonna call or not? How about that? Like for you think he's beat, but do you think
I
he
think he's
calls?
gonna call
You think he's gonna get called and shown a loser? I think he's gonna get fold. I think he's gonna fold
and show a
and
bluff.
and, and get shown a bluff. That's what I
Okay,
think.
well,
I think
we're on
that's
the polar opposite. I think
yeah.
he's gonna call and lose, and you think he's gonna fold and had won, would have won. Ace of spade, king offsuit. Yeah, possibly. Ugh, this is painful for me to
It's
even watch.
ace queen off or he's beat. So like how many ace queen off combos and how much value? And again, is it ace five? Like does he just he doesn't have like ace eight suited? He has ace five suited, ace four suited. He has ace queen off. He has king. He has ace king. I mean, kings, God bless him if he really makes top house. So I think he has aces, ace king, or ace queen off. That's what I'm going on. Great hand. One hand. The audience is at the thread of their seats. They're I don't know. I just don't know. This is why it's safer in the booth, Kelly.
It's so
It's
much
like you
safer
get
here. It's
it
so much
is.
it's
It
so much
is.
less stressful and we have see the cards and it's not our money and it's not
Yes.
our pay jumps, right? But
This is the same equivalent of going to a stadium for a sporting event or just at home watching. It's like a
yeah,
lot
see, I
more
can just be at
relaxing.
home. I'm
I'm
on the
having some
couch. I have
coffee,
my
use the
snacks.
restroom if you need to, and do all kinds of stuff. I am this is one of my favorite hands. I don't know. I just don't know. It's okay. You're locked in, audience locked in, I'm locked in. I'm gonna say he's gonna fold and get shown ace queen off. That's my full on prediction.
Mm,
Mufasa's a fighter. He came in chip leader. That's also crossing his mind. He knows if he calls and he's wrong. He's down to like 500K.
500.
He's 7 of 7 from being chip leader.
Oh,
That is a disaster.
oh,
Oh,
ace queen off, you were right.
come on, guy. And he folded and got shot. That was
Uh,
all right. That's a sick hand. That was sick. I'm putting that somewhere. That was like a it was that is nasty. And he just it's like I said, the guy's a magician. He's doing this and that, and he'll show you. You call. It's like man, what a hand. Wow.
that was wild. Oh man, that's got to be brutal for Mufasa.
That's a sick hand. That's one of the best mystery hands you will see.
That was good. Sam is a beast. I got one of the cards right. Queen.
Hey, that was fun. And Mufasa, I think there's a little bit of that too. You go into that again, chip leader logic. Like he's like,
Ah,
oh, okay, it's kind of not going well, but I still got 1.5. It's not a complete disaster. I call and end up getting seventh. I'm like hurting myself. But yeah, that was a sick hand. What
no
a
guts, no glory. You got to go for it. Sometimes you have to throw ICM out the fucking window and just click the button. Someone
yes.
click that.
Yeah, that was a special hand. We are still seven-handed, so it slowed down a bit. We now have Mofo short, got a kind of nasty beat.
Yeah. Well, and have the blinds have increased once, right?
So the blinds now are they've gone up. I mean, they're at
40,
so every 20 hands it
40,
goes up.
80.
It's already to 4080. Yeah, it's gone up a fair amount, maybe 4 or 5 levels. We started at 1530 maybe. So yeah, it's gone
Yeah.
up maybe 4 times. But ooh, Queen 8 6 7 8 3 again. Nothing really great. Patrick Brooks with ace 10 off.
Mufasa smoking a cigarette, blowing it in Sam's face. I love the little like Easter eggs on GG. It makes it really fun.
Yeah, no, it's the technology is awesome. There's so many like the gifs, the emojis, the and again now it's all tied in. Club GG, there's GG, there's the WSOP live, the notes translate like it's very cool. So what are we an hour and a half? This started at 50 after, so
Yeah, an hour and a half. 90
hour and a half.
minutes. This hand's interesting too. I mean, I love Patrick's hand, obviously, but I'm curious how Lakerveld will respond to a raise if he raises. Maybe he just flats. Oh, yeah, he's all in. How do you feel about that shove?
It's a little bit. I mean, I guess with the ace of heart, it's interesting because like maybe yeah, you have your opponent could possibly on a flush draw a little bit. It's a little bit much, but I mean, top pair, top kicker just doesn't want to mess around. Again, 2.1 million. Mofo is a short stack. We're gonna be likely down to six soon, although still enough room
Who
to
knows?
play for a double. You never know. And Simon Beckmann was on the way out and did hit a big bink to keep us seven-handed.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Was that
Yeah, that was
also while I was gone?
it was right when you were yeah, just
Yeah.
about when you came back, but it was Queen 10 off shove, Jacks called, and
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, 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 I remember.
yes.
So you're saying once everyone, like once Beiruzi's time box runs out, he has 5 seconds for every decision?
Um, it
Or that's
was
only when the clock starts running?
yeah, it was you get every street 5 seconds. So pre after like it's after the clock starts. It's not like instantly five. You basically like get a tiny bit and then it starts counting you down on every street. But yeah, you're not eliminated. You're not like 5 seconds for the hand. You get 5 seconds per, after like a
For
few seconds.
action, yeah.
It'll like prompt the clock and it'll start counting you down. So um
That'll
it's
be
rare, but
exciting.
we do see it. Beruzzi's used the most clocks so far. All right, sixes, 10, 7, queen 10. No one with much of anything. Sixes are in the lead, although with that bet size and the good some good turn cards, 5, 7, club maybe could be okay. It's not. Eight is a safe card. And Samuel, who is feeling good about that bluff, is thinking what to do here.
You think Sam is gonna get heads up? I feel like the writing's kind of on the wall, no?
Yeah, he just won his ninth. He started out in a decent spot. Now he's basically tied for chip lead. Lakerveld is right there with him. I do think yeah, I think he's a pretty big favorite to make heads up. At the same time, Baruzzi's got a good stack. It's fairly wide open. But I'd say yes. I think he does get heads up of a high percentage.
Yeah, high frequency for sure.
And as played, he does go for a delayed bet, and he bet flop check turn, goes for a bet on the river, and sixes does not look like much, but it is the best hand if he's able to make the call.
Yeah, I mean, and he's bluffed him successfully before, so why not try again? Keep going until they stop you, I say. More
Yeah,
junk. And do they get a break on the final table, Jeff, or is it just play through?
this is it. This I mean, they play so we're on a delay, so the breaks do happen, but we just go through it because we're
Skip
on
them.
the
Got it.
start
Yeah,
recording.
smart. How long is the delay from what we are seeing and what's happened?
We are about 40 minutes, and then as it goes
Okay.
down, it goes to about 30, I think, right? With the usually like two breaks would have had, so about that.
Ah,
Or
got it.
30.
Because you're
Yeah.
skipping. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, 10 Jack is the opener, and no one to contest. And a big one for Mofo. You got to feel there for Mofo. Gets it in
Oh,
good and would have been down to six with a nice stack. Instead, is really short, 4.5 blinds. Unknown player, only been a couple times entering in this field. Not over yet, but is needing some help here. Is going to come around to want to probably get it in before hitting the blinds, although sometimes it is. You just got to take it to that point. But right now, 9, 10, and ace 9 gonna battle. And here we go. GTO Wizard pops up and starts with a check. And
here we go.
certainly ace 9 with the top two on a really dry board. Does say bet mid, doesn't bet like small, which I'm surprised with if he does do that. I would think he's gonna just bet like the small, but he does go closer to mid size.
Yeah.
And wow, raise small or call. Interesting. Very interesting. That's one I worth noting. Like why I would not think ever to raise small here.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe to put pressure on Simon because of the size of his stack.
Yeah, also Mofo's so short,
Yeah,
and that
with the
if you don't have an ace,
ICM,
you
like,
can't really continue. But and now
I
it's
mean,
saying
unless he has the hand that he has, then Merry Christmas to Simon.
yeah, exactly. Now it's actually going saying bet small, not mid, which is interesting. Does go mid though, 50%. That'll do it. Samuel gives up, tells you to do that about 4 out of 5 times, and Mofo does want to take a go with the
With
king three
this.
suited, or
Yeah.
wait. So we'll go and we'll
It's gonna run into it.
step into a better hand. And curious if Samuel might actually
Raise.
re-raise or call or small raise it to isolate, get those extra 150 plus just maybe having the best hand. Does call, and that actually is good news for Mofo because goes from would have been getting called dominated to very live. Although Beriuzy's actually looks intrigued too. Interesting. I mean, is he considering? Okay, wow, he calls too. This is a fascinating hand. Did not expect him to flat there. Although, how many blinds was it? It's not too many. It was like 4.
Yeah.
No, 8, 160. Yeah, about 4 and a little bit. Okay, King Jack off. King three does not get good news. Would have liked to see Beriuzy get out of the way. Now is going to need some very specific runouts. All right, 10 is no help, although ace 6 can't feel great three-way here at this action is sort of pigeonholed, and King Jack does turn some decent equity.
Yeah.
Although I don't know what
Imagine Mofo just hits a 3 on the river.
that would be pretty strong. That would be special as it stands ace 6 in the lead, and whoo, Kelly can do it. She asks, she said it, she puts it out there, and that is just a little old 3 to keep the 3-handed game 7-handed. What a moment. And Mofo can't, I mean, maybe thinking there's a world, but like had to think was behind. And obviously the river, that is going to be a big moment. Beriuzy did come in, didn't have to, got the triple, and Mofo is not out 7-handed all of a sudden. That was a crazy 3 ball.
Yeah.
That was honestly, that was spooky. Um, okay, continue on. Back up to playable stack, 1.1 million.
Playable stack, but not playable hands.
Yeah, not getting a ton. Did get the jacks, didn't hold. We have got ourselves a very interesting conclusion coming here. We are seeing 7-handed play come on, and this is a nasty cooler. Simon, hello, Binks Queen 10 off, and now is about to get a 92% of the time up to 4 million and send us to 8-handed, or I'm sorry, 6-handed, as this is ugly for Patrick. And even more unlucky, he sees a 3 ball for a 3-outer on the river, as now needs a gonna need a lot of help, and maybe gonna get the pay jump. Now that he won't get there here, he's in big trouble.
I
Yeah, this is
just clicks it back. So maybe Patrick can save himself from maybe flats here. Who knows?
no. This is they're too shallow. I mean,
Too shallow, yeah.
this is night night. This is
Night night.
help. This is need help. Need a chop. Need a miracle. Need some kings.
Aye, aye.
That is not it. What would it be? Runner 8-8. He needed drawing dead. Yeah, that's good game
Yeah,
and
brutal.
a cooler. And Mofo gonna be very thankful. A lot of good games come out. Simon, I'll tell you what, my I'm feeling pretty nice about my bet right now. I got
Yeah,
13
you're
million.
looking incredible.
It's good right now, but it's not over, although it is shaking out decent. Beriuzy needs to kick it into gear if you want some help. And Mufasa did get bluffed as well. So that was there was a big swing there as we see the 6s to 3-10. Simon connects with the bottom pair, which is ahead of 6s. What would be a main event tip? All right, you've gone deep. Like, forget last woman standing. You've gotten final 30, final 50s. Like anyone out there watching, you're playing your first World Series. You know, I don't know. Is it to start on time? Is it like give me day one advice to kind of like build
I
some
think
chip.
day one, just be open-minded when you go to, like, before you get to the table, be open-minded. When you get to the table, assess the situation and then play without fear. I think a lot of times people get in their own way because it's the main event and they don't want to like look dumb or they don't want to make a bad play. But that mindset is actually going to keep you from going far. So, regardless of what intuitive or instinctive or studied play that you feel confident in, but because of the environment, you're second doubting yourself, get rid of that. I've done so many crazy things that from the outside looking in, people are like, what? What the hell are you thinking? There's a hand that I was playing, I think it was like day 5 or 6. I was deep and it was a feature table and I forget, I had like King X or something against this guy who had just, he was a good European player.
Hold on,
He was
hold that
very,
thought because I
oh,
want to hear
yeah,
this.
go
But
ahead.
hold
Yeah,
on,
yeah, yeah.
they got Beriuzy on the ropes here. Ace Jack. Ooh,
Oh
flop
no.
the
Oh,
flush
good
draw.
flop. Come
Flops the
on,
flush
hit
draw.
a diamond, hit an
Yes,
ace.
the diamond or can't be an eight of diamonds. And wow,
Oh
I mean, Beriuzy is in
no.
Barney
Dang.
Rubble trouble. He has got 800K right now, and that was a nasty teaser flop against Queens. And Mofo
He's
is
on the
all the way
ropes.
back. Mofo is back in business. All right. Well, this actually could be a big pot too. But all right, please continue. I want to hear. So okay, so you're in a spot days late deep in the tournament, and tell me sort of like people. Yeah, you can't really worry what others think. You got to go with
Yeah,
your lead.
I'm on the feature table, right? People can see how I'm playing, but I had an instinct to follow what I felt was happening, which was I was getting bluffed. I had king high, but I felt like I had the best hand. And based on the play up to this point, I felt confident, even though like cerebrally I was like, this is fucking insane. But I went with it because I'm confident in my play and who I am as a poker player. And I was right. And people are like, "Oh my God, you like had this kamikaze bluff because you shoved all in with king high." I was like, "No, it wasn't a bluff. Like I was confident I had the best hand and I just the player was so strong that I wanted to avoid getting into this like, oh, I'm gonna call and like see, I'm in position, so I'm gonna see what happens. I just wanted the hand to end, and I felt like that was the best play. Now I knew that would look silly to other people, but I didn't care. I was there to win the main event, and whatever I needed to do to get there, I would do it.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And I mean, listen, that's also Kristen Foxen, formerly Bicknell, who has 6 bracelets now. She had a almost guaranteed final table, right? Like think about the pressure. No one's done it but Barbara Enright. It was like however many years ago. She was there and she kind of had a call it a blow up, if you will. But again, she's going with her read, she's going with her gut for all the reasons she went so deep. And it's tough. Or people you make a play or something happens and people want to judge you. It's like that, example there's this hold that thought. I think we're gonna get this is gonna get called, I believe, how many
And
blinds
we're
that?
gonna double.
188 times 8, 640, 8.5. Actually, what's it? 9 blinds, king six off, king six off. It's only 530 to win. Yeah, a lot, right? 1.5. Five. It's very close. He's thinking about it though. I guess
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
thinking he
it's
doesn't
close.
really. I mean, he doesn't really want to double him up either. Out of all the players and on, yeah. So, I'm. That's also very interesting that he would open a hand he's not calling there against Beriuzy. But I think he knows that Beriuzy knows that he shouldn't have many opens. He's not going to call off. And here we go. We got some
Oh no,
hands.
we
Look at this.
ran into
Seven,
it.
Jack, Ace five, King, Queen suited, and sevens is going to surf it in, and Jacks is going to take a look here too. And Simon actually, after the action, won't want to play, but that's a lot of pretty hands. Got an ace wheel, we
Yeah.
got Jack, Queen suited, sevens. Simon actually has a ton of equity versus these hands, but he will, of course, have to fold. And Beriuzy is in trouble, and he is going to need a 7 fast, as the river can be a 7-7 only. And Beriuzy, not that time. And good game,
Good
sportsmanship high,
game.
dropping the GGs out, and we are seeing a 5-handed affair. We'll start the giveaways at 4-handed again. Must be subscribed, must hit the thumbs up. Only so far we've got, let me see. Oh, am I not oh wow. Okay. I gotta put that out there. You guys got a chance to still do that. I will pull that up. But what were we just talking about? We were talking about Kristen and yeah,
Oh
you gotta go
yeah,
with your read and
Vic doing the almost having a guaranteed spot for the final table. Which I feel like honestly the best players you will see make moves like that, in my opinion, right? I think Kristen is absolutely phenomenal. When you have the balls of steel to make massive bluffs in these high equity spots, you can't always be right. So like sometimes she's going to be wrong, but that's why she's just won her 6th bracelet for like 1.7 million, and she will continue to have success because she is fearless, and she knows that there's a chance she gets called and she has a bluff and bluffed off her entire stack in the main event. And from ICM standpoint, it's torching it, but who cares? Like that at heart
Yeah,
that
and
she
again,
has is
credit to
going
her
to
for
carry her.
rebounding. That was a tough spot. I'm sure that probably stuck with her a long time. Just not even because she really cared what people thought, just for her own self. Like, wow, I was like, how many times am I going to get that deep? Am I going to be there? And like, I could be that at the, and of course, it's a lot of money from a 10K buy-in to go and play for millions. But look at her. She came back. She rebounded. She's already had great success. She won a 25K high roller, 6 bracelet. So I mean, again, she's a great player, obviously, and
She'll
this
be
happens
back.
in sports. Yeah,
She'll
she'll
be
have another
back.
main run for sure. Okay, well, we are still rolling here as the top pair on the flop no longer is top pair, and Mofo going to see bad news as Lakerfeld does get that ace and gets value out of a bit of interesting
Who's
board there.
calling?
As we will see. Yeah, Mofo looked it up as a 6 is on the button, likely going to see a nice fair fight and 2 tough players going to go to a flop as Samuel. This is a nice one to peel. They're
Mm-hmm.
deep, so the jack comes and does say check from the GTO wizard. Okay, bet mid, about mid 200, and Jack 9 saying can't fold yet. 7. And okay, so this is where it starts getting interesting on like some leads. Let's say you can lead out there about half the time, and as played, those 6s saying to check. Okay, so as played, I mean, small bet now recommended. I guess we could see a check or a bet. I wouldn't be surprised to see him check this also, but
Right.
he is being told the best way is to bet small. And again, Samuel for sure is one of the players probably more aligned with solver world, and he does go for that bet on this board. And this is actually saying to call 95% of the time. That is surprising on a jack, a queen, the 7. I guess 7. The thing is, 7's not going to bet. You block the straight, right? Which somehow could be there in a world how played. So maybe that's why. But I'm still. I'm just Kelly. I don't know. This one is like one of those ones where I just don't know. Like I can see making a hero call, but not like this is like saying it's mandatory almost.
Which is crazy. I
Yeah,
don't know
this
anything
is
about GTO, and I would never think that. I would just fold.
interesting. It's interesting that it says that, and then he actually did go with the fold. Although I would think just fold, right? But it's saying that you shouldn't, and then he did. So again, that's one that's worth talking about, checking on maybe with the people to understand like the reasoning there. I don't know. That's over my head on that particular hand. But okay, 8, 9, and ace 10. Gonna call ace 10 in the lead. And again, here's the spots where these are tricky. You're out of position. You think you probably have the best hand, but you can easily get taken off of it. So like, is the best play to check? Is it to keep the lead? He does go small. And 8, 9 gonna fold.
I feel like in these blind versus blind spots, it's really tends to be whoever's the aggressor, and these like neither person has a hand, and it's like, especially given the ICM considerations and the stack sizes, you don't want to really tango with trying to bluff somebody out of like a limped pot.
Yeah, and these get interesting to call off when you're flipping basically at best. I mean, there is worlds where the player does have
Hmm.
5s or 6s, but I mean 7s is you're going to get shown a 4-to-1 situation a little more often, and ultimately Simon decides that that wasn't the spot. Would have
Yeah.
been flipping very close. I mean, even if if Mofo shows the hand, it's like that's not even a fantastic situation, but you are covering and there is some extra money. So flipping with slightly best of it, yeah, you would take it. Although, yeah, Simon's indifferent to put the chips there. And ace three
Hmm.
suited and tens. This is actually one where it could go raise three bet and Lakerveld could four bet, maybe even jam, but Beckmann does have a decent stack. It's a lot of chips, 37 blinds. And there's a world where tens flats, although button versus small blinds is like pretty strong hand. I think he's gonna be comfortable making it 700. He does go for the call, which I could see. I think either one was fine. Ace three, moderate flop.
Little gut shot.
Yeah, gonna have the best hand, a handful. It's split, right? You're gonna see pairs, fives, sevens, eights, even as we see tens, also gonna have suited broadways a lot. So I think from Lakerveld's position, he's kind of in the middle here. Like could have the best hand, it could be behind. Doesn't have a diamond or a spade, so it'll be interesting when Simon bets here that he could talk himself that he has like suited hands that have draws. That obviously he's got the working five he can think is going to be good here. So he does call, and now depending on the size Simon bets, he could pay this off. It could pay off
Yeah,
some
for
chips.
sure. Given the
Big.
double missed flush draws as well.
Yeah, I could see the cape getting swooshed up here into a call. This is like again as played, it's pretty close. It's like polarizing. You're gonna have the Jack 10 suited or Jack Queen suited, or get shown a pair like whatever
Yeah.
seven fives. Lakerveld's played very well. Again, supposed to be the guest today. It's been on the show before, formerly Coco Bongo Reg. And wow,
Wow.
I mean, that is crazy. Are you kidding me? This is out of pocket. I mean, that is like ABC multiple choice, and you just rip the paper up and say, no, I'm not doing that. This is nuts.
He said, I want the chip lead, even if I have to steal it.
Wow.
Which is just like, what can he call with? Given that, like, he knows he can put pressure because Mofo has, what is it, 16, 17 bigs? So you've got a 30-ish K pay jump. I kind of love it. Like,
This
this is
is
why you want to be a chip leader, right? To put pressure on these ICM spots and to dominate a final table. I think it's not what we had expected, but I like it.
I am on. Oh man, and he finds it. That has got to be the hand of the day all
Holy
around. Lakerfeld just went for it in a
wow.
spot when I mean, I think is there maybe part of the reason shoving is you're worried that your opponent is bluffing like with a slightly better hand or something like bluff like
Yeah, I
ace
mean, maybe he's
of
got a
diamonds that
bit bigger ace or a small pair. Wow.
yeah, that is a Simon Beckmann coming from the back of the pack. What a ride he is on, and Lakerveld is stunned by that hand and really was cruising. And I feel like has played so well, but now has got his work cut out for him, as we will see King 10 410. Going to get some chips coming back his way here. Almost certainly would have to see some running hearts.
Backdoor hearts, backdoor flush or straight.
Yeah, the wheel straight, but the King 10 covered on the Broadway
But
part of
the
that. But
thing
you don't
is,
see it.
like, when you have a skill set like Sam does, like, why fish it up? You know, like, why are you calling for backdoor outs when, like, you can just outplay people? So, yeah, I would be surprised for him to call, especially out of position.
Yeah, yeah, and that one with the two ace king out there too. It's like not a. There's some boards we saw Beriuzy with the jack five bottom pair backdoor flush draw on a weird board, not on the ace high board. One doesn't attack, and this is another one that's he is coming out the 3.5. This is maybe just getting shoved in, but could just call. He's definitely playing Mufasa. I think ace three suited plays better, almost as a shove there. Again, there is shorter two stacks, so it's easier said than done. But this is the risk of just calling. You're gonna get outplayed a fair amount of the time here. Although I don't know if this board Samuel's going to attack because he would almost rather the ace or the king board. This
Yeah.
is sort of like hitting the flatting range, and but he still has a way to win if Mufasa does slow down. And I like this bet. This is going to get rid of some of the absolute air. He also knows this hits his range a lot. So let's see here. Yeah, Samuel respects
Yeah,
it.
nice play.
In terms of the question on the giveaway, you can go to my X and posted pin tweet. You can retweet that for 50 cash. Just guess who wins. You don't have to be right and retweet. And then we'll have three $50 GG ticket giveaways. Once we're forehand, I'll do the first three and then heads up. So that is still today 200 giveaways.
All right. Each player has a pair. Playable. No spades.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is their kicker is the same. So like if a 9 comes, it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, 9 would be some chips going in as
Mhm.
the 3 comes. So not too much going here. I don't see a lot of world where this is a big pot. May even just go
Yeah.
check down. Check down, I think. King 9, no spade. Okay, so yeah, this will just go. Should just go
Unless
check,
Sam
check.
tries to turn his hand into a bluff.
I think he'll just be quick check. I mean, he's
Check,
got
yeah.
he's got a very
No
nice
reason.
showdown. Yeah, he's not. He's just good or not, and not going to try to make something slightly better. Fold as 5 million, a 4.8 million, 7.7. This is the level easier to tell the blinds.
Yeah.
100K big blinds, so a little fast. You can see 15 blinds, 77, 17, 27, and 47. And another nice hand. So this is what Lakerveld was hoping for last time, sort of like a queen
Right.
jack small blind. And this time he doesn't. He's just gonna rip it and does force a fold. Again, a nice recognition where you know you want to play. So what is the best option? Do you flat? Do you three bet? Do you just rip it? He did rip and got it done.
Hmm. Two small stacks have hands. Yeah, nice pickup by Mofo. Poor Lakerveld. I feel bad that he, like we were just talking about this, right? Where you can in your mind narrow whatever your opponent's range is and you feel like you can exploit it. You shove all in, and in theory it was a sick bluff. But he just sniffed it out, and you can't be embarrassed to look silly because he'd look like a genius if it works.
The thing is that what I was a little curious about is why I thought calling would actually in that particular sense make sense because he's going to have those missed hands and I don't know, like I guess the other side is that you could make a hand that strong fold though, right? It does look very strong. Obviously, he's risking his entire stack. So I mean, that was a cool hand. That was just multiple levels going on and something had to give. It
Right.
was a creative bluff and a great call. I mean, not much else to say there.
Oh, and then Sam has kings and probably take it down here pre-flop.
Yeah. Yeah, Lakerveld with the risk premium the lowest, but the 3-5 off just not quite enough.
So
Not enough.
let's who do you think will be heads up if you had to guess right now?
I mean, I got it. Yeah, Simon and Samuel because I think they're the two best players, and they also have the most chips. I think that's like I would actually lay odds. That's like it's a pretty big favorite at this point because I
Yeah.
mean they're very short. Lakerveld and Mofo, and honestly, Mofo again played fine, ran bad in the all in early, so like it can't necessarily what's the word? I can't just say, oh, they're playing tighter, but I just think they're going to be more inclined to try to outlast Lakerveld. Not really. I mean, this will be interesting too. He might just rip it. Yeah. So this is like This is interesting when you see a player with 8 blinds, you realize you're probably ahead, but I think ICM wise, that's actually like a fine fold, maybe a little tight, but um, that would be one to plug in. I think it's actually closer than you think. I think again, that's up to the player. That's what I'm saying. To
Yeah.
win, it's gonna be hard for Mofo to win.
Well, and we'll probably see Lakerveld bust this hand. I mean, unless he gets
Right.
lucky.
Yeah, and that's part of the equation to fold a spot like that because you're only slightly ahead of certain hands like that, and now you are hello. That's one way to do
Unless
it.
you flop
The joint, but that's
the
needs.
joint.
Okay, I was
Oh,
gonna say
wow.
that would have been a
Lucky.
nasty. Actually, speaking of Kristen, I saw her. I know she just won the big. She had a huge score. She just got in the 250. She got in like ace nine to queen 10 and flopped king jack nine. Did you see that versus ace nine? And it ran
No.
out. It ran out nine jack. It was
Mm-mm.
queen 10 to ace nine. Yeah, so she got like she flopped the nuts when she was behind all in pre, and then it went runner boat. But listen, you gotta
Happens.
exactly. You play a lot of these, you're gonna get unlucky sometimes, and you're gonna win bracelets sometimes, and you gotta
That's
take the
poker.
tides. Yeah, exactly. It comes in waves. You really need to be mentally set to have good and
Yeah.
bad things happen. I think that's the key. If you actually brace yourself for understanding that all things can happen, then it's it's a lot less violent.
Less violent. Yeah, exactly.
So on your deepest run, how many where did you play a big all in pot or get coolered or what when you got 29th or were you short? What was like the
I got coolered. I forget the board, but I had trips against trips with a better kicker.
mm,
Blinds and the button limped. It was brutal, and I was very sad, but lived to see another day.
yeah,
You're
yeah, it's
always gonna that's the like interesting thing about poker is you're always gonna be disappointed unless you win. And even when you win, you're like, oh, the prize pool last year was bigger, and you got to look at the glass half full. You really do.
yeah.
Like
I will
everyone
say
at this final table, it's like they've had such an incredible feat just to get to this point. Whether they get fifth or first, like it's a win.
for sure. And I will say the one thing that I mean, a lot of people have won the main, me too. We've been around for so long and there actually are a lot of winners that have, played for a long time or great players, but it's kind of crazy. And as we see Mufasa's thinking here, if he steps here, this is going to be a tough one because he is definitely considering to rip this. And okay, it's
Oh,
just
good, he
he's
called it. Smart.
again. Samuel just has it. He just shows up with it. But was I saying that it's crazy when you hear like a main event winner. Like I'll just pick on Grinder because whatever. It's funny because I just was in Vegas for a few days, start of the series, and then he was joking. He wasn't serious. But when you hear people have like won the main or like won one of the big, and then they're like complaining about a 5K or 2K tournament getting like a sick beat. It's just he was more kidding and like he's a good sport. But it's like I've heard I don't want to name names like past champions that like they're literally like in the middle of telling you like a story about a random hand. Just like, are you like, come on, you won 10 million or 12 million. You're like, you get to win the main. You got that for your
Yeah,
whole
you can
life. Like,
never complain again at
yeah,
that point,
like
right?
definitely not about something absurd, not like a random, side event. Like, okay, if it's, yeah,
I'm in
it
this
just shows
1500,
you
you
the
won't
mindset.
believe.
People,
Yeah.
people forget though. I think it's like so. It is such a game where you always feel about yourself because it's like it feels so real and so unlucky, but really it's like so many things are. These situations come up all the time, right? The ace king, ace queen, or kings to aces, or river 3 out or 2 out, or like
Mhm.
it still hurts, but it's just like everyone's going through it. So,
Okay, Mofo's all in.
and honestly though, it's a min raise and a shove, and eights is gonna shrink up here. I don't think he's gonna put it in. I mean, if Simon didn't raise, yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a min raise, a shove. Mofo's been pretty in line, and Simon, is covering. It's very okay. Go it, roll it. Five. We're
Let's
gonna see
run
it.
it.
We are running a 3 mil pot. Ace 10 to 8 needs help. Nine
Ugh.
or an 8. A king is not that. It is a river. 14%, 6 outs, and and it is a 4. It is not enough. Mofo, what a roller coaster. Back up to 3 mil. I mean, was down to 335, 4 blinds, hit the 3 on the river. It was against A6 and King Jack. Needed a 3 specifically. Kelly mentioned it. It came, and he is back, or she is back with a 3 mil stack. And we are
Let's go,
5-handed.
Mofo. That's my only
Mofo,
horse in the race.
Mofo is oh, you're right. I thought you're right. You do no, you have Mufasa, right? You had the chip leader
Nuh-uh.
too.
I had Beriuzy and I had like Vasilico. Remember he
Yeah.
busted I think 7th.
Yeah,
So I'm down to
Vaskaboinikau.
Mofo. That's it.
Did you take Mofo? I thought you took the chip leader. Did you? Maybe you're
No,
right. You
no
did
one
take
took the
Mofo.
chip leader. Neither of us did. Mufasa, neither
Wow.
of us took him.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
wasn't
That's
feeling confident in his abilities.
well, he's still in, but he is hanging on by a thread as Queen 5 is drawing, but behind to a chop. Jack Queen, nice spot here for top pair and a better the same draw as the Queen 5. So this could get some chips here.
Nice turn for Lakerveld. I mean, it gives him an additional draw and he's got top pair, so I'd be happy.
Yeah, wet board, but is gonna suss out potentially some value. I mean, Simon now with a pair in open end, I don't think doesn't love it. He also understands that some of those eights or kings are potentially filling in a better hand, but he does call, and as it turns out, the Lakerveld is he's got some chips coming his way. He's not gonna be folding. And see what he does for a bet here. Goes big. I mean, if you're Simon, honestly, it's not the craziest hero call. I think I'd like the fold, but in terms of blockers, he's blocking a straight. He doesn't have a diamond or a club. It's like considering, but the size was big, and yeah, just again, he didn't even think long about it. That would have been a pretty
Well, I feel
early
like
fold.
given how that kamikaze bluff against him, I don't think he's gonna bluff him in this situation again. I think Simon knows that. He's like, I'm not giving him chips back.
Yeah, oh, true. There's all that meta. Again, these are very tough players here. We see Simon, Samuel. These are two of the regs that battle, and they're not going to be giving much away. As we see the top pair, Ace 8 on Ace Queen Queen, and checks into the top full house. Although King Jack, it's interesting to check back. I guess he realizes there will be some Ace checkbacks there too. Uh, does he ever check back again?
I mean, I think it's hard to at this point, but he could.
Yeah, you might get called by King High. You also could, if the player had played somehow was checking the queen now, can't fold. So it makes sense to bet. Here, I think you're always going to want to bet, actually, thinking about it. But King Jack actually not giving up and having a 10 with it isn't too relevant if he hits a straight against he would be behind a king. I'm sorry, an ace or a queen anyway, but he does have king high and knows that can be good enough. So he calls. And now Samuel thinking about that. If the player has a queen or a king, what can he get paid by? How much?
What
I
sizing do you like here, Jeff?
guess he goes. I was thinking you have two sizes. You either bet like 350 or pot. So he went less than he went more like a little bit, yeah, what 70% or so. That's 1.4, 700's half. Went a little like yeah, 2/3. I don't know. I think obviously defer to Samuel, right? But I think that that's you just really have to think what is a king doing, and if your opponent does have a queen, probably never folding. If it's more likely a king, then also will they call up to how much, and also what are your bluffs? Like what hand are
Right.
you really? Are you just going to go and bluff like Jack 10 here or something that you decided to play? And I think that's what Simon's weighing out. Like how often does he take this line
Yeah,
and
what
go
bluffs
for
do you
this
have?
spot? Yeah, so
I mean, and also, I don't remember the pre-flop action, but I feel like Simon's hand is somewhat concealed, right? He's in the big blind, probably called the raise, and could consider Samuel just putting pressure on him.
yeah, Ooh, two solid blind hands, five-handed. And Simon is going to probably 3x it. Yeah, 3.5 or 3x. He has a real hand. He's covering by double. And Jack Queen is too much hand to get away. So probably just find a call. Don't think raising makes sense. That is a
Yeah.
call. And big flop. Got
Great
the
flop.
middle pair with the second of flush. GTO Wizard is coming in on a recommendation to either bet small or check. Eight's pretty bad flop. Two overs. You have no club. You're out of position. And he is going to go with the small bet, though. You might ask yourself why, but there are hands you just shed, like that don't have a club that are, somehow over one or two overs that just get out of the way, or even just one over that you take control of the hand. So he does go for that bet. As it turns out, we'll see. It is saying eight should check, and Queen Jack certainly gonna be happy on this board to just
Just win it.
take it. Yeah, King is there, Ace is there. I don't have to worry about a flush at that point, but.
Mofo's up to 3.6 million, third in chips now. It's a pretty great comeback story.
Yeah, no, it's the three on the river there when it was checked down three-way to the three is that's one won't forget for sure.
Oh wow, I'm surprised Mufasa didn't. I guess it was close. And we can see the cards, but that would have been a great shove spot. All right, good luck, Mufasa.
All right, ace four, jack eight suited. I'll tell you, this guy Sam is just scary. I feel like he's just always he just feels dangerous. I'm worried about him. He's ahead here now from behind. Needs now to avoid the ace or the four, and he can do it. He can just do it. He knocks out Mufasa. Was your start of the day chip leader. Puts us into giveaway time. I'm gonna remind everyone to hit that thumbs up, to be subscribed. Both are free, and you have a chance at $50 GG ticket. It is going to be three people winning that. Gotta check the tweet. I usually got my home screens and can do everything at once. I'm on my phone. I'm gonna have to type in manually these giveaways. We will pick all those today for you. And last week as well. Already a lot of you hit that tweet. Let me find it. I'm gonna send it again, the link for you as we do get those rolled up. How did you start, Kelly, with poker? Were you was it like a free roll? Did you, in the sense of like playing online and trying to get into stuff? Did you deposit like small amount of money? What year did you get in and how?
So actually, my brother, I think I was in college. My brother had a full tilt account, and I remember watching him play like hypers or like heads up sit and goes and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, so I snuck into his computer and I lost a couple $100 and I quick like somehow won it back and closed the computer. I was like, oh my God, this is fun. So then I started playing more with my family, and then once I was in law school, I was living close to a casino. So I started playing at Talking Stick in Phoenix or Scottsdale, and I loved it. I loved, honestly, this is very degen of me to say, but I loved staying until the game broke. So like as the table got smaller, I got to learn the dynamics of playing shorthanded. And I think that like it was my love for the game, but I think that experience helped me become a better tournament player because I understood the dynamics intuitively because of my experience there.
That makes sense. What year was that roughly when you were in Talking Stick or at school?
20, 2013.
Oh wow, so you
2013,
started
I think I
playing then,
started.
and then you immediately had a deep run in the main.
Yeah. Yeah, I had only been playing tournament poker for maybe like a year and a half or 2 years when I got 29. So that whole year I was just sun running. I final tabled Lucky Hearts. I got third for 260K. I won a tournament at Commerce for like 55 grand. I final tabled a WSOP event that year. Like I had a bunch of results. I went deep in Millie Maker. I got like 33rd or 39th or something that same year. And then 29th in the main. So I was just crushing it. And I think having success early in my career really like motivated me to continue playing.
That's awesome. That's yeah, that'll get you playing more for sure. That's a crazy crazy run. I'm sorry, 29th paid what in the main that back then? What
It
was
was
that?
like 260, 260,
Yeah, that's a nice.
250, something like that.
That's fun too, because at that point, like the coverage there, it's like you're so deep. People, your friends, family watch. They get to see like you're definitely you're on the feature. You're the last one staying. It's like it's kind of a dream run. You
Oh
get
yeah, it
to
was amazing. My law firm, I had just started working at a law firm that in January of that year I technically worked there the year prior, but I had been sworn in as an attorney January of 2015. And so I had just started practicing, and luckily the firm I worked for was so supportive. They took the whole conference room and ordered pizzas and had the, live stream up. So having them support me the whole way was really great.
that is fun. Wow, that's 2015. And then how many people were in that year? Was that one of the bigger
It
ones, or
was
like
like
8,000, 7? Okay,
7,000. Yeah, it was fun. I think it was one of the first years they made the 10K first place.
or
Remember that
10
when they
mil.
did that
Yeah,
switch?
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was around that time.
And how many starting was it back then? Like 40K or 50? They now it's 60, right? It was 4. They
Yeah,
did a
I
bump.
think it was 30K. Remember when you'd play the side events and they were like 2,500 chips you would start with? Do you remember those days?
Of course. No, it's funny because like it used to be, and then it was 10K. I think I played, I can't remember the first year what that was, but I mean, it used to be 10. It was 10K, 20K. They went to 30, and they went to 50 maybe right away. Now 60. So, but yeah, yeah, it keeps moving up. I wonder if they'll keep it. I think they will keep it 10K always, but at some point, right, in like 10 years or 5 years, it's interesting if they'll like move it up, or I mean, I think that's just how it'll always be, but it does feel like, inflation and all that is at some point, like in 30 years, is it going to be, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
going to change to a 25K or something. It would be interesting. But I think 10K is such a sweet spot. It's enough money to keep it prestigious, but still low
Yeah.
enough where someone can, play their little home game and they can pile up all the money and like
Yeah.
pool it together and send one of their like hometown favorites to the event. I think 25 like prices those people out,
Yeah,
but
no,
we'll see.
it is nice. It is cool to have it as like that's just always, it's like that's the thing though. These games, right? The NFL, the NBA, NHL, they change the goal size, they change the width of this, they make the field like, I mean, there's always these baseball, they make the amount of time you have, the pitch count goes like there is major changes in the games, and it does the interesting it does skew the stats then, right? It does kind of like or NFL, they add one game. Now there's 17 weeks. So like the
Right.
records are like it's kind of like part of it, but it also does feel to keep it pure as long as you can, or the same is nice. But yeah, we'll see. A 10K main event with the reentry would be interesting. Imagine they did the 10K main and you could just reenter once a day or one time total. Like,
I feel like
be
you
crazy.
that ruins it. No reentry. I'm anti
Yeah,
reentry for the main. It just like
I agree. I agree.
you
No,
watch
it's
out the little guys.
it is different. It right. Or you can do that. They do that though at the Bahamas, right? The 25, and they make you can do it in other events, so it's fine. You just keep one that
Exactly.
way.
Yeah.
Eights and six deuce. Six deuce is gonna start bluffing. Has one of the worst hands and has a little heart in there. And eights kind of uncomfortable because it's like again when you don't know if you want to improve or not, and you're out of position against the tough player, essentially the second big stack. He does just again finds just seems to really you can just feel the ability, right? It just like
Mhm.
Samuel is just
And you
in
can feel
pot.
the fear of the other players too, right? Like they Mofo knows that if he calls that 600K or the 450K bet on the turn, like he's gonna get another bet on the river, if not all in. So it's like, if I
Yeah,
hit a heart, how do I feel? Not great. If I hit an eight, I mean, that's the only time I'm really comfortable, and the
yeah,
chances of that are pretty slim.
yeah. It's interesting. And then in that same time, like, oh, it should be pretty easy to trap him, right? Because I'm like, oh, I'll just have a good hand and like let him bet. But it's like again, then he just checks back perfectly because he has the hand to check back with, or how often you actually make a really good hand. So it's yeah, Samuel's really done again what we expect, a good job. Speaking of sets, there is a set. We haven't really seen
Hmm.
that happen today. Four deuce has absolutely nothing. And if Lakerveld is able to slip some rope, I don't know. The four deuce is almost too much nothing. So maybe just doesn't even go for it, or goes like small or big one and done. But let's see. Is the chip leader, does know, can leverage Mofo, but it's nice when you're bluffing to have like a gut shot to have some overs. So he does go for like the literal no equity bluff.
I mean, you got to take a stab at it, right? Like, I think it's fine.
Yeah, takes a shot at it. Does he just call or not? There's really the only immediate draw is the 8x. I mean, there's yeah, that is a brick and actually does get a little bit of showdown. All right, I'm doing the giveaway number one. Get that for you guys out. And Simon, does he want to go put pressure here as he turns a pair? Does know that he could have 8x, right? He could have some like queen 8, ace 8, or whatever, king 8s, some other hands. And now he does, I mean, this is working out very well for Lakerveld. His opponent's actually drawing dead.
Yeah. But does Lakerfeld know that? You know, like, is he worried about an 8 or an 8 with a flush draw or whatever it may be? I think I like obviously a call here, but who knows what he's thinking?
The reason you could argue to just shove is this, because let's say you call, so you have 1.3 back now, like in the pot's huge. Like, is your opponent, um, do you want to give him that free look at the whatever the hell he's
Yeah.
got? Like, and it's the pot's so big there, so like that he's gonna check back a lot probably on the river, and also you're gonna let him get there for free. I think I do like in that spot going. I think that's
Ripping.
really important to know when to do that or not, and as we saw it, it would have been better to call. Obviously, he's got no equity and probably would have shelled that off. So I don't know. That's tough. That's another one to know your opponent, to know what his likelihood of bluffing on a river is. Does he have zero equity bluffs? Is he only going to have some semi bluffs? And also, if he has a hand that he could call with there, there's a chance the river comes and he doesn't bluff. So I don't know. I think that was close enough to just to go for it there, and he wasn't too much deeper. So I like that.
Right. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put the keyword. See some hearts out. Yeah, we're gonna get the $50 ticket. So full 2014, 15. Wow, so 13. Yeah, that was man, it's amazing that I say this all the time. The fact that um poker's not legalized at a federal level or at a full on. I mean, it's just only in what, 6 states or whatever. It's
Mhm.
pretty nuts to think that was 2011 that happened. All right, Jacks. And Mofo may just give this a walk. Could try to limp. Depends. Everyone has a little different strategy here. It's also, you got a position versus a world class player. You're covered and not a great hand. So he does give it
Right.
up. All right. First giveaway is going to be a GGWSOP space Kelly Lucas space insert your GG Poker username. So this will be a $50 GG ticket. If you don't have a GG Poker account, you can gift it to someone, split it with someone. You know, if you don't, doesn't mean that you're not able to have it. You can't win this ticket. So give a friend's username if you don't have one. And that is out. I just put it in the chat. There we go. First giveaway. The second when we're three-handed, third when we're heads up. And we will see a winner today. We are right now, it is at what, 2 hours and 7, 8:15, 8:50. Yeah. What's that? 2 hours and like 25 minutes. So it's starting to move 61-20. We do see fairly balanced stacks though, right? This is
Yeah.
sometimes you see 4 or 5 handed. It's like someone's got 9 or 11, 10 million and they're covering everyone. This is like at the moment it is very tight. The top 3 stacks are essentially tied, and actually fourth is even
Close.
close by. So this is hard to say. Could take a bit. We'll see. 2 hours and 20 minutes. That is the giveaway underway. And
Easy fold.
yes.
Jeff, are you based in Vegas?
I'm in Miami, South, like near
Miami,
Brooklyn.
okay.
Yeah, I've been there for 9 years now. But
Oh
I
wow,
do
I
have a
didn't know
place in
that.
Vegas. Yeah, I had a condo at Panorama for a long time, but but yeah, I've not. I basically haven't been there more than 2, 3 weeks in like 5 years. So I like Vegas. I just don't like for young kids. It's tough to go like during the series where it's just so hot and to be there for an extended period. But yeah, and you're Arizona or no or what?
Yep. Yep. In Arizona, I have the same sentiment. It's so hot. We travel, like I said, why we're traveling next month is just, it's 110 degrees out right now. It's hot. I've got an umbrella up to cover my garden.
Wow. Yeah, that is hot. I mean, Miami's super hot too. Houston, Miami, these cities, it's just that's tough to be there, and especially if you got kids that are out of school. It's like that's a good time to not be there if you can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Samuel with the Jack six doesn't have a club, does have blockers to the straight, although probably won't have a club in here if you're going to be bluffing. And 8, 9. I mean, yeah, gonna surprise betting.
Yeah, thin value. I like it though.
Yeah, yeah. Um, okay, nice hand. Ace 10 suited, chip leader. Gonna keep on going here. All right, 4, 9 suited does out flop, but ace 10 suited, two overs, backdoor nut flush draw in position, covering. Again, very tight though. This is actually about as even a distribution of chips as you will see. It's actually abnormal even that they're this tight with four left. But as we see in action card, this is one that could be a big pot. The backdoor spade were to come home and two pair is
Oh yeah.
there. This is definitely there are a
Action card.
variety of big rivers, but I mean, even so, it would have to be like the spade that is enough. Okay, so he does take the check free card, and that will avoid that. As 4, 9 is going to feel very good now that they're ahead as they were on the turn. So as size to bets, do you? Oh, he checked. Wow, slippery check, and Simon
Check?
not interested. I don't mind. Like he was trying to get a bluff, or maybe his
Yeah.
opponent Rivers Queen is going to bet, but it was I mean, Lakerveld's playing the game. You can tell he's
Yeah.
that ace three suited bluff was nutty.
Was crazy. And
Did
he's
not
still
expect
here.
that. Still here, he went down short. Ran it back again. Would have been the guest he's been on before. That is formerly Coco Bongo Reg and took a 1K satellite to the 10K to a second for like 350. And has had some other scores since. So again, playing well and battling. This is the toughest field in the world. Weekly
Yeah,
10K.
you can tell. I mean, the amount of skill that we've seen. I mean, has even blown me away. Obviously I don't compare to these players, but it's incredible to see the application of math in poker as much as it is now.
Yeah, it is. It's true. I'm impressed constantly. And I said, there's definitely my notepads out. There's hands where I'm just like, I wouldn't even have. It wasn't one of my three options. And there's some crazy hands. So that's always kind of the case each week. And Samuel here now with a 6 suited. I think with just call the not really wanting to play a huge pot. Hand plays well. A 6. He's covered. He's out of position. Stacks are tight. He is gonna get a tricky board to play here though. King 4 and a 6 suited. Simon will start with the bet. A 6 probably too good to fold here, although it's not like the dream spot. No club.
Yeah, out of position.
Side does call, and this
But
is a
it is
card he's gonna
Samuel.
he's gonna be happy about that card if he realizes that that helps the strength of his hand. His opponent likely doesn't have a 10. He still has ace high. It's button versus big blind. So ace 6 suited here is doing fairly well frequently. And does Simon want to tell the story here, big bet or check? And he does go big. Oh, I haven't even sweat the score once of the France-Senegal game.
Is that happening now?
Yeah, it looks like France did. They won 3-1.
Oh, nice.
Good team. They're one of the favorites. They're a fun team to watch as we see a fun few players to watch here. There's definitely Lakerveld's brought out some tricks. Simon plays great. Mofo, I mean, I want to keep saying that I would say has played a little more less crazy, but did take that beat. Jacks to Queen 10, put them very short. So they kind of fight back from very short. And now we'll get to see maybe how they play four-handed with a reasonable stack. And that is a good start. Ace Jack suited, top two versus drawing dead Jack 7 in the moment would need literally what running sevens is buried here and gonna come on for at least one, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah, that size can't fold the Jack. And ace Jack of hearts, so it does have nut flush draw, was top two. Now is even stronger, and that's got to be enough, right? The Lakerfeld just has the Jack. He loses to even random Queen 10, King 10, other things. He's out, as we will go four-handed. It is tight. It is tight. 4 million, 6 million, 4 million, and 4 million. And Samuel now the short stack. What were you saying? The odds to get heads up? I mean, look, all of a sudden he's out of the top two, but still I think he's a good favorite, but obviously it's anything can happen here.
And he's still got, I feel like it's kind of leveled out where nobody's in danger. So in these situations, the cream typically rises to the top, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and the blinds are at 140, still plenty of play. He's confident he'll find his way there, but it's Simon's got to feel great being one of the shorter stacks and now in chip lead four-handed.
Yeah, Simon's got to feel really good. Wow, Simon made the call too. That's pretty great. But I'm curious if Lakerveld will continue when the club gets there.
Right. That's also like Simon thinking he's good. Probably doesn't love that card, and ultimately think he's just checked back his king high. Thought it was good. Don't see a point to try to bluff here. He's got king highs, beating hands, and he does check back, and he'll be happy to see a winning hand. That's gonna send him back to 7 mil. So he's almost double everyone else at this point. He has some separation. Mofo actually
Second.
in second, but it is like we are very, very logged here. Pretty jammed up. Okay. Queen 3 button, chip lead. Probably too not good enough. And these are real hands. A7 suited against Queen King blind on blind. This is gonna be chips going in here, especially when they come out with the raise. You could see a limp and then a raise and then even a call or a re-raise, but as played, I think Samuel just comfortably call here and want to play this in position, gets a whiff, and not an easy hand to play. You're getting called, but decent flop, deuce 3 8. You don't have a spade. You would like that, but hey, it's not easy to make a hand and hold them. Hard to make a pair or a draw. And ace high is good, and he's just gonna come out firing.
Well, what's interesting, I feel like Mofo's gotten outplayed by Samuel out of position frequently. And now that Sam has fewer chips, I feel like the dynamic, like Mofo feels more comfortable to be a little bit more aggressive. Playable, doable. Ooh. Nice flop for Lakerveld. 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 Are you sure that's how you pronounce his last name with a V or a W? Like, is it Weld?
It's Dutch, like Veld, like Lex Veldhouse, Veld.
Okay,
It's Lakerveld.
Lakerveld.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Rays?
I mean, yeah, it's again, he's played coy his sets. He kind of just realizes that's a wet board, thinks he could get his opponent on with the draw or a nine, but I'm a little surprised, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. It's see the size of the pot was he bet very small though, right? Into this the pot. So I think that was part of it. He didn't want to give his opponent
Yeah.
like a straight draw, a flush draw for that cheap. And also if he does have the 9x there or overpair, somehow he would, get his opponent on. So but yeah, it was a
Hmm.
reasonable ace, king, jack, deuce. Deuce is hopped into the lead. Ace king, it feels unfair. You just get a bad flop, you get out, your opponent actually connects, and there's the ace though, just right away on the turn
Yeah.
into the lead, no waiting. And yeah, he's gonna, I want to bet. He does have the king of hearts, so it was big. I mean, Simon, this is not a particularly comfortable call. Like
Yeah.
I don't think you can call here. It seems a little too much, too ambitious. Does do it, doesn't improve. Had 5 outs to do so. Ace king on the river here, a million in the middle. Thinking about what to do. Has the ace with the best kicker. Not too much changes on that river.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident betting this pot.
Beckmann's interested. He realizes he does have like some 6, 7, 7, 8, some heart draws potentially, but it's like this is superhero status. I don't know. I'm actually surprised he called turn, and now he's I guess he's thinking, does he have the ace or not? Like he repping 3, 4. Like what does he have that he bet here? But I don't know. I'm actually shocked at all the ones he's taken. Like this one is really spiked his interest. He does
Yeah.
fold. All right, gonna pick the first winner. And ooh, top set versus nothing. A 3 monotone board clubs. Mofo sort of opened up a little, started playing a bit more aggressively, but not that board. Just decides this isn't the one, and can't blame him.
Yeah.
Just has no, his ace high, doesn't have any club, and no real claim to this pot. But there's a million out there. You're checked to twice. Could be tempting to bet small. No, it doesn't. And nines, the board got worse, but is still top set on the flop. And now there's straights, flushes with 4-liner and a 1 off. And we'll go check, check. And we'll take that. Simon, really tough player. He's locked in. Everyone's playing well right now. Honestly,
Yeah.
Samuel's having a bit of a field day, but at the same time, these are not rookie amateur players, and they're playing back, and still cards happen, and coolers and poker takes place. So it's pretty wide open right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm rooting for Mofo, of course. And then the other, all three of your picks are still in, right?
It is. It is looking pretty solid right now,
Pretty
but
good
it's
at this.
Mofo is the dark horse. So I'm not. I've seen this. I've been in the here too many times. This thing's turned fast, and this is a bigger dinner than normal. We're going 4x instead of 1v1. So yeah, I'm a little. I'm still sweating here.
Yeah, you should be. You should be nervous.
I'm a little bit. It's not. I wouldn't say I'm not nervous, but I know that I've seen it all. And these dinners,
Yeah,
I know my kids can eat a lot, and I'm sure yours
anything's
can too.
possible.
Yeah, this is a bigger dinner, and Mofo gonna raise, and Lakerveld actually with Ducks. And how many blinds? We're talking 140. So I was just thinking, could he ever just rip it? But they're really tight on the stack sizes. I mean, I'm thinking, does he want to just turn this as just maybe a little two does do it?
Yeah.
Chips it. That's the reason. The power of that is you get those hands to fold. And I'll tell you what, you also might get threes, fours to fold,
Yeah.
fives. So like that's also one of the nice things about shoving a hand like that is you do force out those king jack, king queens. You force out ace eights, ace nine suiteds, maybe you know the slightly better pairs. So it's a powerful play. And then the converse is you call, you're gonna lose the pot almost always unless you hit a set.
Yeah, it's so hard to play like multi-street with deuces and no set.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Sam's got to make something happen. He's got is that an ice, like a piece of ice around his V-pip?
Yep. Means that he's playing 28, but he's not been dragging so many pots. We see sort of
Yeah.
neutral, and then Lakerveld is on in Fuego there, and Jack 10. A little bit of again, just find some light ones. This is definitely not in the book, right? Or not, it's not, there's no backdoor flush draw. He's got, I guess he does have the queen or the nine, ace there are some cards. So like that is a stone brick. And this is going to be interesting if Simon does go with this particular turn, decides to keep shelling. He gets called, and you got to think of that per times he just has King X or some decent hand where he gets called, and you just literally have zero equity bluff. I would imagine he shuts this down, but
Yeah, I feel like you have to. There's no reason to
oh,
take. Oh, he bet?
did he show? How much did he bet? Let me see. I missed it on the original. I got on the side here. Got the chat
He
up. Got the
blinked
first
and he
one.
like snap folded.
Yeah, 528. So didn't go big. Nice pickup there.
Yeah.
Very nice hands. Sick. Again, there you go. You check raise and continue. So not always. Some players like again, whether you pick up the equity that you want or not doesn't mean you necessarily shut it down or not. But there he did not pick up one of the equity increased turns, and he still fired and didn't have to go huge and got a hand such as that to fold as ace jack and ace eight here. Ace jack with the ace of diamond. Gonna bet. Okay.
Oh, he folded.
Hey.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, see that's what I'm saying. Mofo, I'm telling you, playing back, check raising,
Well, it's a
finding
lot
interesting
easier
hands.
to do, right? When you have like double his stack and you're not in and also the momentum swung against him. So it's easy to pick on those guys when you're playing and the momentum swings in your direction, you got chips and now like the dynamics change. Now you could, make his life miserable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's a big thing about momentum. Same thing we talk about heaters, players winning, going deep, having good things happen. There's so much about confidence. I'm sure you can speak to that in the main. Like you go through, okay, day one, you got some chips or two, three, all of a sudden you're on day four. You start well, the day's 5 levels, 2 hours, going through a couple levels, you got control of the table, things are working. People get tired, people don't want to mess around, people aren't defending how they should. They back off, like, and that happens with some of these players we see that have had so much success. Like they go on these runs where people just like even good players like, all right, I'm not going to defend this big blind. I'm not going to check raise this guy here because like it's just easier targets. As we see GTO Wizard come in nines, gets out flopped, and it says to raise, just call. Although nine's still down to 2 outs, million in the pot, and it is now saying to check. So let's see if Samuel does follow that suggestion. It's saying it's the only one does do so, and King eight gotta imagine has played to be betting something, and actually does say check is reasonable about half the time. So I think he's gonna bet. I think he just feels Samuel on this line, this thing is gonna check back too often. But been wrong here a few times on this spot, so I'm curious. I mean, it is saying it's a mix. You can do either. Totally
Yeah.
fine. Maybe bets 300, 200, 280. Giveaway is coming up. I will put that first one in. He does go actually for a large size, so that was not what was suggested. And all in for 720 more. I mean, can you believe that suggestion there? Well, that's 13% of the time, but I mean, that would just feel like just imagine Samuel going all in and just getting clicked out of here by call. Like, that'd be such a weird all in
Oh,
like to do with this hand in the spot, but it's saying that's a thing part of the time. He's in the tank. Again, surprised like this one. I mean, they can just show like how much these guys battle and fight, and also these guys probably play more with each other than most, as they have a lot of final tables, a lot of wins from Samuel being deep, and he is burning clock here. I think is
yeah.
he thinking about the all in? It says that there's not even a call, so it's saying if always almost always fold, but then sometimes all. I mean, if he just like tank goes all in and then just gets clicked out by the Simon's never folding that two pair, so
Never.
not for 700 when he's gonna hate it. If he gets raised, he's probably gonna think
I
that
mean, does he even have that move? Like you said, it's just half, he'd have to have just a pure bluff.
yeah, this one I gotta look at too. Audience, everyone. I mean, again, I defer to the whiz, but GTO Wiz and Samuel. I mean, I'll say this: if he does go all in, it'd be pretty. It's like it shows you like he's actually he's in that solver land world, chaotic mind thoughts. But this is I just the bluffs. I guess is he thinking he could have Queen Jack or Jack 10? I mean, there are some, but it's not a ton. No flush driver at any point in the hand. He is in the tank. He does call, so he calls. He he just does. Yeah, that was. I mean, that was
Yeah,
nice
just
inside. That
hero
was a
call
tricky one.
wrong.
Tricky one. I mean, yeah, I guess he puts him on Jack
Ouch.
10, Queen Jack.
All right. Well, if anyone can spin it up, it's Sam, right? So we'll see how it plays out.
He can. He definitely can. All right, I'm gonna get this winner is there we go. I gotta get on this one and that one. It's nice win. It is name at Tokyo Go. You just won a $50 ticket. Tokyo Go 3903. Congrats. We'll start the second one. That is the first. Number 1 of 3 winner. Put that in the chat. There you go. Do the giveaway number 2 and ace 2 on the button. And I think, yeah, I guess he'll just not gonna shove. I guess he just raise, call off. If he gets shoved
Yeah.
on, then he'll think he
And
still
Sam
has a
has to
good.
go with this, right?
I'm saying just call because he doesn't have full
Yeah.
equity. He might as well see a flop and decide. And he may just almost go. I could see either way. I actually wonder if that's better to shove. And I guess maybe it is better to shove. He did that. Ace 2, Jack 10
King.
as the 5 is down to a king, king only 4 outs, one to come. Oh, oof. Kelly, that is there's been some spice on the river. The ace even came. He had to hit that king, a king alone. I'll tell you what, that is bad news. If you're a mofo, you're in here, you barely been here, you get a big pay jump, you see a great player go away, you're down to 3, pressure's off. Now all of a sudden he's lurking 1.5. He's got 10 bigs, and that is a quite a card.
Yeah, Bruto. But Mofo will pick up a nice pot here.
Yeah. And good question in the chat, Hectorito 222. Just put it once, twice for good luck. 3 times is excessive. You don't need to spam. Do a great team. GG is picking the winners, and they're observing that as we will get the second giveaway going. And let's do it right now. I'm just gonna get it rolling.
Let's do it.
Let's get it rolling. Let's get the $50 tickets out. And a lot of people, I remember I deposited $50, a handful of times, but back in the day, I was much earlier. I started playing like '03 or I think '02 online, like party poker. Maybe it was 2003, but yeah, that was back when player to player 50 transfer. They're giving a lot of bonuses and all kinds of stuff. And it was a different time for poker back then in the early 2000s. Really crazy stuff. So you came out, you kind of missed, like, you were like a decade after the boom.
Yeah,
Oh,
I wasn't. I was post Black Friday,
got it. Yep.
so I didn't really get to experience the poker um play as much. Like, I know I streamed a little during Thirst Lounge and a little bit during COVID, but it's just not where my skill set is like suited for, being on where I can't see people's faces, I can't talk to them, I can't interact. Like, it's much more theoretical online, in my opinion. And so I play and I dabble a bit, but like I'll get run over.
Yeah, I'm with
Especially
you. I
now, like
prefer.
the players are so good. They're so good. I can't even seeing the cards face up. I'm already like, I couldn't be at this final. There's just no way. I'd be
It's
too
also
stressed.
the crazy thing is these guys and girls and who's playing, they're playing these like 10 tables, 8 tables at a time. And I found when I streamed on Twitch a lot back, this was like, yeah, over 10 years ago, 8 years ago, I was streaming a lot, and it was like playing multiple tables at a time. It was very hard to like follow the chat and play multiple tables. Like, I think if I were to play now, yeah, I'd want to just play like one, I think, and
Yeah.
let the, it almost
Maybe
feels,
two if you wanted to get
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, it would be a little wild, especially if you're following along with commentary as well.
Hmm.
But some people's brains work like that, Probably Samuel, obviously all these guys here, and then Mormons and B Paris. These guys used to play like 24 tables, and
Crazy.
it would
You
just
just
not
click.
bother them. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to imagine doing that and streaming. All right. Second giveaway is a 50 GG ticket. Keyword is GGWSOP space WSOP live app. Insert your GG Poker username. Have you downloaded the app even, Kelly? Have you looked at that in a while? Have you seen since it's
Man, no,
new?
I haven't, but I'm gonna download it after we finish
It,
streaming because I want to be able to, when I'm in the right jurisdictions, bet on the players because that's fun. It'll be nice to have the final table up. You can sweat your little horses. That's the type of action I want for sure.
it's fun. Well, I'll tell you. So that is the GG app, and that is awesome. But in terms of like the World Series of Poker live app, that's the current giveaway. I see everyone putting in the chat. Hold on, Ace Five, King Jack. Can Samuel keep it going? He gets the Jack. Ace Five
Looks
doesn't have the
like it.
spades.
Looks
Needs
like it.
help fast. It is gonna be a seven or an ace, and oh, it's
Ooh,
not. It is Samuel back. I mean, that is the guy is just. It's just. I don't know. He just some guys can do it. Whatever. He just doesn't. It
some
doesn't
guys
really
can do
matter.
it.
It's like you just get it
Some
done.
guys have it.
They just get it done, and he is not gonna leave yet. He is back close to 20 bigs. But I was saying the WSOP live app is for many reasons great, but if you have friends playing or you are interested in seeing the events, like you can literally click on an event, you can see anyone's chip stack, you can search their name, it shows you the payouts, what's going on. It's a fun way to sweat. And then also when you are ready to reg, or if you do, you said you're going to the main now, you're planning to go. It's like you
If you
can
are you
literally.
playing for sure?
I am playing. I'm gonna go.
All
I'm
right,
playing.
let's do
I'm
it.
just debating to go on one C or D versus like two A or B, but I think I'm motivated to go.
Is C on
For a
the
full day.
fourth?
I think that is correct. I think so. Yeah, day two D is the fifth, and then sixth is, yeah, seventh is day two B. So that's right. Yep. The fourth is exactly. Yep. So I think, yeah, the fifth is day one D. That's like you know,
I think I'll do 1D.
yeah, that's gonna probably get a lot
I
of
can
people.
have 4th of July at with the kids and then next day
Yeah.
bag
And
chip lead at the main event.
that's fun way to do it, or go home, right? You can either get a lot of chips or go home, and
Exactly.
that works. But I was saying on the app, you can literally use a credit card. You can buy in with Luxon. You can buy in with PayPal. Like you can literally on your phone just like click it and then get your seat. So you don't have to like go wait in line,
You don't
do
have to like
cash.
register or get authorized anymore.
So you do actually. So you do have to do a one-time like setup, or have to get your sign a waiver or something. But most of it's online. I think trying to remember how I did it this time. Maybe it was because I used something different. But either way, like the process of actually buying in though is you don't have to go to the cage and uh,
That's so
deal
awesome.
with all that.
It's about time, right?
Yeah, and if you're playing a lot, it's even, or if you have to, you rebuy, you're in an event, you can literally be at your table and you just like hit rebuy, and again, same thing. You don't have to do that whole dance. So yeah, it's great. But I am seeing a couple of big hands here. Queen King suited and Mofo. We just saw the jam with Samuel Jack 10 got the King 3 suited to fold. He is gonna flat. And Lakerveld, again, this is a spot you see players bow out sometimes because they're just dominated too frequently. And we do see that, right? He could call only a bit more to win 960, but the actual flop you need, and a lot of times, is special. Although here he did have the ace was live, and king queen suited just kind of missing
Yeah.
there on the 10-10-3. Hand deserved a bit more, but we'll go to the 160 level as we are seeing four-handed play and nothing too special here. Ace 6 for Lakerveld. Lakerveld also battled all the way back. He's got 5.5. He's basically tied for the chip lead,
Sick.
and he was short. So we've seen a few people, and actually, I mean, Samuel too was out basically and came back.
Yeah.
So
Well, and so I feel like everyone at the last four has made a crazy comeback. Mofo was down to a few blinds. Sam was almost out. Lakerveld made a crazy bluff and almost busted, was left with a few different blinds. Simon started with a short stack and built his way up. So it's interesting to see how the tides have turned.
yes, it's been, I mean, again, one of those things where it did seem like it could be quick, but the stacks 4-5 handed got really tight even. And now, even so, we're seeing the two chip leaders are basically tied. And we see two then shorter stacks as King Jack will make a light three bet, but four handed. King Jack, reasonable hand to do it with. And Samuel getting close to that no shot clock. He will get out. Look at, I'll tell you what, you know what's impressive about your pick? Mofo's got over 10 minutes of clock left, more than double the remaining three combined, which is a testament to the speed of play. Playing very
I
quickly,
love
make
the
it
speed.
fast.
Mofo knows exactly what they want to do before the clock starts counting down, which is great.
Yeah, yeah, it is impressive to be the least known player here for sure. I would imagine the least results with live too, because most likely, but we don't know. It's unnamed. And Samuel here with the Queen Jack gonna fold. Ace 10 will play. It's got to probably respect that chip stack and just call. Although,
Mhm.
yeah. Okay, check and
That's
small bet. Bet the gut shot jungle man. Another jungle man thing he told me about 12 years ago. He's always telling me bet your gutters. And this is a board to do that. And ace 10 saying just call. Okay, so ace 10 in good shape against this hand. Says check always, may lead. I don't hate leading, but checking makes more sense to me. But
yeah. Let Simon fire at it.
and it is saying to do that. It's actually recommending a mid-sized bet would be around 600, 500, 700 for preferring that. Going to put a lot of pressure on 7x, 8x. Does go exactly, almost exactly half pot. So now call, and barring a 9, we'll see some interesting river decisions. Oh goodness me. I mean, that is just amazing. And actually,
Check
man,
100% if he, oh, bet large.
just hits the absolute
Oh,
nutter
yeah, yeah,
butters.
yeah. He has the
He
nuts.
hit it. He hit it. That is, I mean, he just got the literal jackpot card on the river and is saying to go for big part. And Lakerveld's not gonna be able to breathe. It's just this is dirty. You have your opponent literally like locked going to the river for a big chunky pot. Look at the difference. He's gonna have 8 million almost minimum, maybe even catch a bluff, be chip leader. Now he's got a super tough decision, and it's saying actually there's no way out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just okay. Yeah, you call, I guess. Like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? You got ace 10, you call down, your opponent hits the gutter, and Simon from
That's
the
so
back
annoying.
of the pack into a 10 mil stack as he is in control of this situation. Now, Samuel with the ace 5 suited.
Rip it or raise?
Yeah, I think what's it? 1.6 is 10. It's like 12 blinds. I think it's
Yeah.
again probably dependent a little on your opponents and the blind's ability too. If you go against two guys that are crushers that are you don't think are gonna make really money mistakes, you just want to rip it. If you think maybe someone in there is like gonna call and be folding or playing correctly and do some weird stuff, maybe it's better to min raise. But I think I think that's just a shove. Oh, ace 8 and 6
Oh,
7 and here. Oh man, 6 7 a slight misstep. Ace 8 was willing to roll the dice, and 6 7 is going to give up some chips there. So that is again going to even things out. We were a runaway chip
wow.
leader, and now we see 1 and 2. Mofo, look at this, Kelly. Your dinner is alive and still behind. It's 3-1. Chips are about 2-1, but it's very much alive. I mean, it was Mofo versus the world, basically. And
Mofo
I gotta
versus the
say,
world. What else
like,
is new, right?
yeah, I didn't see that being didn't think it was likely, but it's a real thing now as we see a
Mhm.
flopped straight nuts with a backdoor
What a
nut flip.
life.
That is a nice life. He did just take a nasty hand to Simon, but if he's able to slip some rope, and I don't know if fives is going to particularly want to just
Yeah.
be barreling here, but probably small better check, and check is done. Lakerveld's got some cheeky checks and patience, but the ace on the turn, does he think it's better to check and let his opponent bet sometimes, or does he want to charge some draws, hopefully hook on something that can't fold? And Simon on this board, this is about as easy of a release as you'll see today, and everyone getting a little tighter to the same stack, Kelly. We have got ourselves over the 3 hour mark, and Ace King suited is on the button. Mofo picking up momentum as another pot gonna go his way, a little half mil clean there.
Let's do it.
Chip
For
leader
chip
Mofo.
leader.
Wow, this is interesting. This is definitely ooh, Jack 7 suited, not opening no chip lead. Okay. But I think Mofo's
Take a
playing
little
well.
breather. Take a little breather.
Yeah. Sit one out. Also respect your opponents. Understand people are tough here. You don't need to be trying to just get in every pot. I do think that as chip lead forehand is worthy of an open, but it is only Jack high, and there are Samuel's got its shove stack too, so probably actually a good fold. Well, this is delivered for sure. This has been a very highlight heavy final table. Great bluffs, great hands, and spirited play. There are a few I'm scratching my. There are times I really wonder if GTO Wizard is like something's not. You know what I mean? It's like there's hands where I see stuff where I'm almost like it's so wild that I'm just even not sure. But that's why it's good to check, right? To double check, talk to people, look at things, think about it. If it does seem peculiar.
Right.
Ela Julianus is asking about the World Cup. Yeah, if anyone, I did do a survivor pool. Have you ever played one of those, Kelly? Have you ever done one of those on NFL or anything? Do you even know? Do you know what
No,
those
what
are?
is it? No, tell me.
It's fun. It's a fun way to gamble. So you could do it for anything. We'll take the World Cup since that's what's currently happening. You pick teams. So let's say the first round of 48, you got to pick 4 teams to make it out of the group stage. So 32 of the 48 will make it out. So you pick 4 teams. Like you don't want to waste the best team. So Spain, France are the favorites, right? You wouldn't want to pick them because you want
Okay.
to use them later and you can only pick them once. So you would pick like USA, maybe Canada, Colombia, like good teams, but that should make it out, but you don't think they're going to go all the way. So let's just say, like in this one I did, there was a $250 entry and there was 445 people. It was over 100K prize pool. And so like you literally keep picking, and if you get it right, you stay in. So at the end, maybe there's only 2 or 3 teams left. You would then chop it if it like ends and they all make it, or say there's 10 teams left, you could offer a deal or leave some similar to a tournament. You could leave some to play for or take it. But so someone's gonna win in theory 100 grand from $250. Like that's the way you can do it for
Holy
any amount of
shit.
money for
I
anything.
want
But
to play.
no, it's the NFL. You should do it. Oh wow, 4-5-8-3.
Wow.
Nice hand.
Lakerveld sniffing the bluff
Wow,
out.
sick. The NFL is the most common, and that's super fun. So like, let's say you do $1,000, and like you could do it with like 100,000 people. Put in $1,000. So week one, you pick Dolphins, Cardinals, right? If Cardinals win, you pick Cardinals, you're in. So now week two, a lot of people are out because they picked the game,
Right,
and it's
right.
same principle. You can't pick the same team again. So like now the Cardinals, you couldn't pick them again. So each week you have to pick a team you haven't picked, and it
And
just
it's
keeps
for the
going.
whole season.
Yeah. So like this World Cup is for the World Cup, but like for example, you could always enter later. They do them like week five, maybe start one too. Like you could come in from that point and do a separate pool. But it's just like a fun way to like sweat
I
games and
think your
not
boy's
rely
in
too much.
trouble.
This is definitely a
Your
night
boy
night
is in
situation.
trouble.
I tell you who's in trouble is my kids were. I was thinking for a nice meal was coming on you guys, but this is progressing into a real sweat. I mean, this is
Yeah, I know. I didn't even think I had a sweat, and now it's like, okay, this is fun.
you're actually
I
I
have a
think
chance.
you're more than potentially you're gonna have over half the chips if he stacks him here, right? He would have 6.7. Yeah, you'd have like you'd actually have more chips. Wow. I mean, Simon is being asked to make a pretty big fold. He turns top pair, has a straight gut shot that absolutely he's just drawing dead, and his clock is ticking. Samuel's
Yeah.
ticking. Drama's happening. We are. What do you think? Can he get away here?
I feel like against Mofo, if and he's gonna fold against anyone, it would be Mofo, right? Like Mofo stayed pretty in line, like hasn't gotten crazy, played fairly conservative. I think he could get away from it. Like you hit two pair, you're not satisfied. You hit a straight, you're not satisfied. Like your hand can't really improve if you're behind.
Well, that is tough when you are at drawing dead, not how he drew it up. Simon
Ouch.
Beckmann, one loose shove. He had 10 mil a second ago, and now he's out in fourth. And Mofo
Has
is
all his
on
chips.
fire. 11 mil to seven total left. Chip lead, 2-1 lead on second. And Kelly is you're texting Landon. What's your favorite restaurant in Vegas
Where can we
for
get lobster and steak dinner, Landon, and take
this
the
is
kids out? No.
not over, but it's looking grim. And
Vegas has so many good food options too. Have you been to Vintner Grill before? I probably shouldn't say this on stream because it's our favorite restaurant, but it's in Summerlin and it's so good. And the vibes are good. It's got a good little location. It's nice.
I have not. I have not done there. That it's good for kids, you're saying? Or is it more like a that's like a it's not like it's like just a nice restaurant.
It's just like a good vibe. Nice restaurant, good food, quiet, off the strip. More my style.
Very cool. I have not. You have to yeah, send me that one.
I
We
don't
could
want
go
to
that'd be
jinx
fun to
it
go
though.
there.
We'll talk after I
We
win.
can we can go there either way, win or lose,
Yeah,
right?
true.
So
True.
it's all right.
See, but do you notice, and this is something I've noticed playing poker as well, is the momentum shifts, especially at final tables, are almost tangible. Like you can cut the momentum with the string once someone loses a big pot. Like look at Sam. He was building, 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 and then kind of got knocked down and now he's cold. Same with Lakerveld. Same with Mofo. They started kind of icy and then caught fire. I
True.
love that about poker. Like there's like a substrate of momentum that kind of dictates how hands will play out, which is fascinating.
Yes, it does. All right, I'm choosing. You're exactly right. It's a big time momentum game, and it's true. It's like the upstuck. Phil Locke made this term. Love Phil, and he was saying that's true. It's like it's true in cash games or terms. Like imagine you start out, main event. You're on day two, and you bag 190. You come in, you're at like 140, 2 hours in. You're like, oh, you're freaking out, or you feel like it's like Meanwhile, there's people with like 20 bigs and hanging on, and they've chipped up to 28 bigs, and they feel like they're crushing. So it's really important to be able to mentally reset each hand. I mean, or each level, each kind of point, because it's never going to be, almost never just going to be straight up. So
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
it's a big part of tournament poker. All right,
Well, it's
second
like with
winner.
most sports, right? Like, the Knicks was insane, and look at Lakersville at least has the nuts.
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
We can maybe stop momentum steam a little bit.
You're exactly right. There, it is true. That was a crazy series. That was honestly insane. Okay,
That was
rolling.
seriously one of the craziest, like the momentum swing on that, and I think sports in general, that's what makes it fun to watch, and that's what makes poker fun. Is like if it were predictable and just like trending upwards in little increments, like who cares about that? People want to be excited and see things that are unpredictable.
Yeah, it's true. Exactly. I will say that's a little bit. The World Cup's amazing because of little stories and underdogs and stuff. But the truth is, out of the 48 teams, there's probably like eight, maybe
That
nine or
really have a
10
chance.
that have a chance. And if at the World Cup, there's only like six teams or whatever that have ever won, or seven. It's like out of the history, and they're all for, or nine teams actually, but in the history of the competition. So it's like a little less exciting. But then again, the Premier League, like Leicester City was 5,000 to 1 in 2016. They won. Like stuff does happen. It's not
That's crazy.
it's yeah, sports are fun. Poker's fun. It's fun when there's not a guarantee. That's true.
Yeah.
All right, Roland Mayhem 4415. Congrats. You just won. That is the second of three. We'll do the third one here once we get the heads up. All right, that's there. I'll put that out as we still see. And Samuel does get that ladder. Mofo looks good with the chip lead. It is about even the chips in play to his stack. And I got to say, it's gonna be tough to close it out, but he's got 2-1 lead on second, so it's in his court. And look at that time bank, impressive. These guys have 230 between the two of them. He's got
Wow, he got a fold. That's nice.
nice pot there. All right, good win rolling. And the third giveaway. Let me get that queued up. There's a promo at GG going called Go for Gold. I will put that in there. That's going to be the third keyword, and we will play this out. We will play this to a winner. No deal making, those asking. And there's a 10K added seat to the Bahamas Bahamar GG Millions live. So whoever wins this today, also on top of that, 350 is getting a 10K GG Million live ticket. So
That's awesome. That's exciting.
yes, it is. It is nice to get a little. It's a nice little bonus. And someone in the chat asking, why are you talking about football to an American girl? She has no clue about football. Or let's say I would argue. I think Kelly knows some things about sports. Landon, obviously an athlete, and I'm sure you are not like following game by game on stuff, but you know about a fair amount of sports. I would imagine.
I know, but I think a little bit. Like, I wouldn't consider myself a sports fan, but during COVID, I really got into soccer. My husband is a Liverpool fan, and so that was like at their height of they had what are the names? Van Dyke, they had what's the guy with the curly hair?
Salah, Mo
Salah.
Salah. He's playing
Um,
tonight. They got a big game. Or no, wait, I think he played yesterday. They won. Yeah, Egypt. He's on Egypt. There's that's the thing. All the best players are playing though. It's fun because
yeah, it's
like they
fun.
put together their countries right now. Like they don't play much with each other, but they're always all on the top clubs. It's the World Cup's fun. And I'll tell you what, this is a nice pot for Samuel. He is gonna hit the gutter on the river, and the 10 is not what he wanted, as he will hear from Sam for more. And I'm sure it's gonna fold. It just has bad two pair of the 10 aces with 10. Let me put this out. Keyword. Yeah, there's all of it, and that's a bummer for Lakerveld. Some momentum gone away there.
Yeah, for sure. But he still got chips. He still has a workable. Hopefully, he doesn't call off for some.
What's he got? He got
He's
what
thinking
bluffs?
about it.
And just thinking, does he have the ace? What bluffs though does he have here? I mean, he beats. They have like 4-5, 5 deuce. No, I mean
Okay, fold. Nice.
um. Have you been to
Dance
it? Has he
back
been
in
to a
it.
Liverpool? Has he been to a Liverpool game? Have you been there
Yeah.
or no?
And
He's
actually, I was in Spain once and I went to a Barcelona game and that was so fun.
European football is different.
Is
It's just
so
it's a
fun to
different thing.
just
It's not
be in
like
the
an
crowd and hearing the chants and then seeing the like there's like a fence between like the opposing team fans, which I but you know, at the end of the day, most people there, or at least from my experience, are friendly and nice. And I feel like sometimes the US games people get crazy. Maybe that's wrong because they did get pretty rowdy, but I don't think it was like there weren't as many fights, it felt like.
yeah. Yeah, it's definitely different. The chance, the passion, it's like a real thing. You got to remember in cities like Miami, Arizona, these places, there people have, there's the Marlins, there's the Heat, there's 5 different teams. Some
Yeah.
people don't care where it's like Liverpool or Manchester. It's just like these literally it's football. It's like their soccer, their football club, whatever you want to call it. That's it. Like that is their team. So it's like people are all in and they're fired up and they know the players' names and they know like everything about it, and it's like a religion almost.
Yeah. That's a
All
good
right,
point.
third giveaway is the keyword will be $50 GG ticket, GGWSOP go for gold, and I put that in the chat, and that will be our third and final giveaway for 50. Again, the pin tweet Jeff Gross Poker, 50 cash retweet, guess who wins, and who is going to win today? Who do you got? Let's go in order. Mofo 1, Samuel 2, Lakerveld 3. What do you guys think? Who gets it done? Good luck on the giveaway. We'll pick that winner and we'll get that as we get heads up. I'll announce that. We'll get that out. And this has been a fun show and do appreciate the time, Kelly. I know we are going to have you on no matter what at some point, but Lakerveld, I will remind everyone, he was the guest today. So pretty sick. He played, made it to the final, and then is locked up at least 215. So pretty nice day for him. He would have been here doing commentary, enjoying himself, but he's locked in at least 200 stacks, playing for a bit more, and going to come in feeling good next week for commentary. I will tell you, the booth magic is real. He's been a guest on the show. I've had so many guests that have like immediately had huge scores on here or live. Again, great players. So you can't just, we're talking about big names, not like random people coming on and coming here and just all of a sudden having success. But if you do play the main, I would love to swap a percent. I do feel a deep run for you. Your record's much
I know.
better.
I was just saying, I
Right.
think you're like you're putting it into the universe. But yeah, let's swap a percent. I'll text you right now so you remember.
All right, book. That's great. And dinner is very much a sweat. This is fun. It's actually 9 million to 8 million. And Queen Jack suited is stepping though into a not happy, safe place as it will be gonna get shot up here. Samuel's gonna get the chip lead, I think, right? 6-5. Yeah, gonna have the chip lead after this hand again. So and honestly, if Jack Queen suited, it's tempting to peel. He does, and the ace comes out. So there is maybe a world, although with the Queen Jack with some showdown, I don't think it's going to feel like trying to be bluffing here. And curious what Samuel comes up with here.
He
He's
doesn't
not
have a
going to,
clock either now.
yeah,
That's
going to check
brutal.
back. I mean, I've seen so many crazy, unpredictable hands here. I don't, wow, he's going to lead. That's crazy. This is all crazy. Samuel can't, he's got 1 second. Look at that. There's that 5 seconds. He's got no time. 5, 4, 3 calls. Whoa. River drama. Pot of the day. You will be a new chip. He's just gonna check, and this is gonna snap check back. I mean, wow. I mean, I don't know. I can't blame him. That was a can't blame him peeling for the price with that
Yeah,
suited
of
jack.
course.
So he did hit a
And it
little
was a pretty
piece. And
reasonable size.
Samuel looking to go into completely rare air, looking for his 10th title, double digits, winning the event, not final tabling, but winning. He is the favorite to do so. He has the combined chips of the remaining two. He has really battled up and down. This has been a very fun final table as we
Hmm.
see Samuel chip up again. And King Queen, Jack 10. King Queen going to be a shove here at 250. That's pretty easy shove for that stack size, and Samuel opening, of course, wide. All right, I'm gonna pick a winner here. give me another minute. Again, you must be subscribed, must hit the thumbs up. About 1,000 watching. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the tweets, all the energy today. Kelly has been with us the entire time, and we appreciate that. And again, where can people follow you, Kelly? Where are you most active? Instagram, X? What's your
Twitter at @the_illest and Instagram @the_illest with 3 L, so LLLEST, no I. Don't ask me why I made that decision, but yeah, I'm not really active on social media. I try to when I can. Honestly, I know this is going to sound geriatric, but I've transferred over a lot of my time to LinkedIn because I've met some incredible people. It's very high signal. You can curate like a community and a network that's really helped me just elevate my networking ability by connecting with meaningful people. But yeah, I'm
That's
still on
awesome.
Twitter and Instagram here and there.
I'm with you. I do. I have I put up clips from this and posts, and I have podcasts like former stuff, and I have a library of stuff to do. But it is I do find also with kids and stuff, it's like you can really get sucked in on there. You can put up a post or doing something. You can be like, wow, I'm on there for 30 minutes or 20 minutes or an hour doing stuff, or even across the different. There's TikTok or start doing all these. It is. I'm also like less on there, but I do enjoy it. I just think you can get it's not something I feel like you should spend hours a day, right? When you have kids, and I think we've all been there. We've been caught scrolling for a while. So yeah, LinkedIn is.
Sure.
I agree. LinkedIn's a good place too. I use
And
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, you don't get caught, like you don't scroll LinkedIn.
Right.
Like there's
Yeah.
nothing
That's
really exciting, but you can engage.
yeah. And yeah, Samuel did just get his ninth. I remember that was two. I thought it was 3 weeks ago, but it's 2 weeks ago. He did one. He's got no time. He's
Wow.
got the most chips, and we have got a three-way battle as we will select the winner. And he is second only to Artur Mortarizian in titles.
Wow.
And
Mofo, think these through. You're three-handed. Queen high, I mean, I'd probably call there, but maybe I'm a fish.
I mean, yeah, three. Listen, it's hard to make hands three-handed for sure. Like you said, when you shut down like playing cat, like the hand strength is completely different. I think that's something people who don't play a lot of poker don't realize. Yeah, it's completely different. Yes, obviously heads up, but when you're four-handed, five-handed versus 9 or 8, that's also like a significant difference, and that is a big part of the skill. If you play tournaments a lot, you make final tables, like you will be five-handed, four-handed, and that is important to understand how that shifts. So, all right, I'm going to pick this winner in a moment, and then when we're heads up, I'll announce it. Okay, yeah, we are going to get it right now. Have you ever won a giveaway or a big mystery bounty? What's your biggest ever lottery or pull or raffle or anything like that?
Well, I hit like in Arizona they have, and I think other casinos do this too, but when you're playing cash, they have like a jackpot.
Mhm.
Like four of a kind beats whatever or better.
Yep.
And I hit that as like a table share. So I don't know, it was like 500 bucks or something, but that was like the biggest. I don't really do well in giveaways.
Oh, hold on. I'll tell you what doesn't do well. King Jack to aces, and that is all in. He just ripped it in, and that is OMG. It's
Oh,
98% of the time. I'm gonna find out that restaurant is on your dime.
yeah,
That is a
exactly.
that is a crazy. Just right, just rips it. I mean, listen, it is King Jack to aces. It could have gone in either way, but he
Ay,
just
ay,
skipped the
ay.
foreplay and just jammed in. And the money's on the table. Samuel's going for history. There's Beriuzy, six-figure score for sixth. Your best finish is third. There is no bonus for getting the top two, but there is a dinner that was fun. And we will see now, is Samuel going to make history, or Lakerveld is going to settle for second again? He did not come on the show today, but he's got 275 to
Ay,
walk
ay,
away with
ay.
him. What a day, at least, as he may get his first title, but he is a 3-1 dog. No time for Samuel, and he has got a strong flop in position here to start. How did Lakerveld did he he shot this up on his open. I mean, this is a tough start to the heads up.
Yeah, rough.
Yeah, took a stand and he's gonna bluff right into value as they go, and he doesn't have any path to win this hand really. I mean, unless he gets He's not winning that now. All right, so there's the third winner, Matabi888. Congrats to you. That is a $50 GG ticket, and we will have also the $50 on X. You guys can go ahead and retweet that. But let's see who's going to finish it off here. Samuel is looking very powerful, and it is not easy to come back versus him. But 14 to 4 mil and dominating suited 7 in the moments. See if Lakerveld wants to start limping on this stack depth or min raising. Okay, so he's going to min raise. A little curious with that, but that makes, I guess, makes sense too. Either way, limp or min raise. His stack is kind of vulnerable as 10-7. Better flop here. Gut shot definitely with the backdoor calling. And or raising, he's playing. Yeah, king of diamonds. That is gonna not take his interest away from him. And he has got a flush draw and a straight draw, double gutted, 8 queen diamond. He's winning as to boot. Oh yeah, this is not going well. At the same time, there's a version of if he does just call, not shove, which makes sense to do. He could somehow lose this pot. I mean, unless he just does that. That's the other option, right? You don't allow that to happen. You will get some folds, and when you are getting called, you have a world of
opportunity.
Again, that makes so much sense, right? Because if you just call and you miss, you can get bluffed, but also like, yeah, you can't really expect 10 high to be good there or get the showdown if you don't. So that is that makes a ton of sense. And he had not a lot of time to think about that. And here we go. 8-6 gut shot and a backdoor club being good against the 7-9, which is now got a lock on the hand, right? Because a 9 would make a boat. So he is like Lakerveld is.
Well, I guess Lakerveld could hit the 5.
Oh, you're right. Yes, you're right. Not drawing dead, but he is drawing thin and a 9 slim thin and an 8. Probably. Oh, he's
so now Sam has the straight. Or no. Oh,
he's got the trips, but I mean, this is honestly Lakerveld. I don't know if he's just gonna. I guess he's gonna check and probably not fold if shoved on, or he's gonna blocker bet. Yeah, this is potentially it because he's gonna get ripped on.
Shoved on, right? Yeah.
He's got to. I mean, he's too high up. Although there's possible flush, but yeah, that's gonna get shoved on. And Lakerveld, what a performance! It might end here, but either way, again, was the guest formerly known as Coco Bongo Reg. Guest on the show, has gotten second before, and that will be the case again today. What a performance from Samuel and Lakerveld. D-Negs golfer claps all around. A 10th title for Samuel. You just gotta put him there on the podium, the Mount Rushmore of poker online. Just the clinical stuff. He got short, came back, got a little bit of luck, but really was dominant. And I gotta ask you, Kelly, what was out of all this? You said you were 25% to play WSOP main. You said you're going now. Tell me some takeaways. What was exciting about the show and what stood out?
Honestly, seeing the level of play online is exceptional, and seeing the different moves people make. Seeing Sam climb from being almost out all the way to winning is so inspiring, and I hope I can play even just this much, an iota of the skill Sam has, and I feel like that would catapult me to day 7, 8, or 9 of the main event. So I'm feeling pumped up. I got to swap with Jeff Gross, the legend himself. I got to take Jeff and his family to dinner. How can I not show up to Vegas? I feel like I have to. So I guess I'm coming.
It's going to be a good story. Could go deep. What a show. So many heroes in the chat. Appreciate everyone tuning in, sticking with us over 3 hours. Another epic show. Huge congrats to Vanderveld as well. Or Lakerveld, a Dutch name with a very strong showing, who is going to be the guest. He walked away with a ton of money. He will be the guest next week on the show, as a matter of fact. So that'll be fun, and he's going to be, I'm sure, in a pretty good mood as we will say thank you and good night from wherever you are watching in the world. And I'll see you in Vegas for the main event. I'll see Kelly there. Thank you for the time. And again, the NBC heads up on Peacock. Kelly played, I played. I can say we're in the same pod. Either way, you're going to want to watch, see who was your first round match. I think that's all we can officially talk about.
It was Bucky, Matt Wantman.
Yeah, I played Alan Keating first round. I've known Alan 20 years, and obviously he's firing the highest stakes and having a great time all the time. So that was a fun match, and there were a lot of great matchups in that. So don't want to miss that. Again, thank you, Kelly. Give her a follow on the socials, and we will see everyone same time, same place. GG Millions, the brightest stars, biggest names, biggest guests, and biggest prizes. We'll see you next week.
Thanks so much. Bye.